Hey, South Asia Valorant players, I'm Sean Garris.
It's Kusta.
And Michael from Genji Valorant here with some really exciting news.
We have teamed up with LG Ultragear and the Esports Club for Season 2 of the Gauntlet.
The winner of Tec Gauntlet Season 2 will receive an exclusive one-on-one mentoring session with our Valorant team to help identify areas of improvement in their game to prepare for a higher level of gameplay.
In addition to that, we're going to be reacting to some of the top plays throughout this competition. Guys, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so make sure you don't miss out on this. Good luck to everyone competing from everyone here at Genji Valorant.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear Tec Gauntlet Season 2, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radiant. Hey, we are finally back once more with my boy Foyke, with my boy Universe, with the playoffs this summer. No more group stages. All of the teams have now fought their way through the thickest of the thins to now be here for the playoffs. And now with the stakes even higher than ever for the prize pool as well. This is where the real fun is about to start, ladies and gentlemen, especially with the banger of a first game right off the get-go. It is going to be El Clasico itself. Velocity 2.0 versus the side of GE. Today's fixtures is just going to be an incredible showing, man. Both of these matches are pretty much El Clasicos in my high school versus Velocity, and then there's an underdog story being taken, underdog El Clasico, Reckoning versus True Rippers. I'm excited for this one. Floki, I want you.
I mean, Global Esports and Velocity, two storied organizations, followed by Reckoning versus True Rippers, two organizations trying to get to that tier 1 spot. This doesn't get any better. This is possibly one of the best playoff brackets we could have asked for. Every single match in here is a thriller. Every single low bracket match is also going to be a thriller. And a bit of a heartbreaker for fans, because I'm sure all of these teams here have their fans cheering on for them and wanting them to go forward here in this playoff series. But unfortunately, one of these two teams, Global or Velocity, will end up in the lower bracket, and I have no idea who it's going to be. I did say Global are going to take the series against Velocity. I still stand by it. I think Global are probably going to have a better chance because they did win against them in another tournament. You probably know what I'm referring to. So just based on that, I feel like Global have a much better shot at winning this one, mentality-wise. So yeah, that's I'm still going to stand by that, and I'm hoping that Velocity can actually pull a bit of an upset here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty difficult one to say the very least, especially when you consider that Global, they've been improving a lot and they've worked out their kinks. And if SK Rossi is able to perform to the best of his ability as well, Velocity, a lot of the problems are gonna start showing up throughout the map. But I really hope this is gonna be going on to 3 maps and not a 2-0, because honestly, both of these teams, they are ready and they're gonna be pumped to get themselves onto the server. And speaking of things that are gonna be pumped, let's see which of these players are pumped up the most in this entire tournament as we head on down over towards the MVP standings to see who's been tearing up servers the most in comparison to the others. And of course, SK Rossi, he's going to be sitting on his throne as usual. So Universe dug us right through the players.
I mean, you have a look at these players, especially that one right on top. You have SK Rossi completely terrorizing the entire server. He might not have the most kills, Rawfield does, but that still doesn't discredit him because he's on number 1 for a reason. And today, he's gonna keep on adding to that, because this guy has been probably the most, talked about Jet player, if not for Deathmaker in the country, apart from MW1, I feel. He's one of the best. He's considered to be, if not the best, one of the best talents to have been produced in this country. And he's honestly really, really good at the game. So mechanically, game-wise, being aggressive, sometimes he might be a little over the top, having a little fun. But when he's on his best and when he's serious and when he knows that the stakes are right up there, he is a player that you really do not want on the opposite side. This is a player that you want to play with, not who you want against. Pretty much like Lionel Messi.
Yeah, when you get for the football references, you know that it's Universe, man. Universe loves his football references every single time, and possibly we'll be getting a couple of football references in the cast and desk as well. But hey, with the brackets ready and set up, let's head on down over there to see exactly how the teams are looking when it comes down to their positions across the brackets. Today is going to be the first initial match, so no one's going to be moving up or down just yet. But right after the match, you're going to be seeing who wins out on the El Clasico for this one. And then it's going to be Enigma making their own way down through on another day, possibly take out the side of either Global or Velocity. Now, Floki, we were talking about this yesterday when we were still doing the live draw event. I personally would say this is the best brackets that we have seen so far.
I completely second that. I mean, I think these brackets couldn't have been more evenly matched. I think all of these teams are sort of, fairly skilled. They're all almost equal in terms of skill level. So we're very, very likely to get complete best of threes, them going all the distance, and us getting to see all those sorts of crazy plays that we've always wanted to see in the Indian Valorant circuit. But that also means that we're going to be seeing a lot of good teams being eliminated a little bit early in this tournament, and that can be a little bit heartbreaking for some fans. And I cannot for the life of me just imagine that one of these 4 teams, Global, Velocity, Enigma, and Team Valor, they are going to be eliminated right away, and that just sort of does not sit well with me. I just feel like it's a little bit heartbreaking. But hey, I mean, until until that day comes, we've got some very exciting matches, and quite honestly, I'm excited for every single one of them. Reckonings matches, True Rippers, Team X, so all of these teams have been looking on fire, and they couldn't have been matched against better opponents. I just feel like this is the best possible brackets we could have gotten.
Yeah, these brackets are just as incredible, but you know what else is incredible? The teams that are going to be playing on the server today. So let's start off with the dream intros for the side of Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Right off the get-go, it is going to be them to showcase to us their own skills. This team, they have grown a lot from the start and up till the place that they are now. Global Esports, we thought that they would have a really rough time. We thought that they would not have been a team that have a lot of working years in their own roster, because initially they were having a really rough time. I'm talking about like 5 to 6 months ago when we just saw the newest iteration of Global Esports with SK Rossi being added. But now look at them. These guys are juggernauts. Their team play and coordination and synergy are something that a lot of the other teams are looking to achieve. And now Global Esports, El Clasico once again. This is a match that we've been wanting over and over and over again. And when you consider this team itself, honestly, Universe, I'm excited for this one because this team, these players, they have gone through pretty much everything. And now, once again, they're facing their old juggernauts. They're facing the old titans that they constantly battle over and over again. For them, it's just another day at the office. But for us, it's a literal orchestra.
It most certainly is. You know, whenever you see these two names come up against each other, there's always something that's going to be a little bit of a, debatable matter. Because you look at the one thing that is between these two teams, and that is, the competition with each other. It's always going back and forth, right? Because we know that no matter what the series is, unless it's a BO1, it never really ends simply. Does Even if it's a BO1, it doesn't end simply, and nobody really plays a BO1 anymore. It's always the best of 3 or best of 5, and whenever it is that case, I think it's just been the one time where Global Esports have beaten Velocity as a 2-0, which was in the upper bracket finals, I believe, of the TC on the season 1. And every other time, it's been either a 2-1 or a 3-2 score when it's a BO5 or a BO3, right? And these guys take it to the distance. They know that they are not going to let the foot off the pedal no matter what it is. Even if they lose out on map 13 to 1, 13 to 2, the next map can just change pace just as much for the other team. And that's how they are showing that they are the best teams, in the country, because they have the players to do it. They have the potential as a team to do it. They have everything that works in their favor. And that's exactly why every time you see these two teams come up against somebody else, you know that they're a class apart. You know that they're levels above, right? So I really hope that both of them put their best foot forward today, because this is going to be the start of a journey for either one of them in the lower bracket. And that's going to be a lot more difficult, because there you're not having that safety net of, okay, you lose once, you can come back again. Because that safety net is going to be put into use in the very first map itself, right? In the very first match itself, the one who loses here needs to cut that safety net out, and they need to stand on their own 2 feet and move all the way across the lower bracket if they make it to the finals, that is. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Let's see how it all works out.
So, standing on their own 2 feet. Let's see who's going to be the most independent coming on down through from the side of Global Esports as they head on down over onto their player spotlight, powered by none other than AMD Ryzen Radiant, ladies and gentlemen. And with the player being Hellranger. This guy, I think that, I know, Universe, I asked you for your opinion right off the get-go, but I think I need to ask you once again, man. Hellranger and his massive, ginormous brain. Talk us right through this guy, because I think that you are the best person to ask for when it comes down to his brain power.
Yeah, when you talk about brain power, there is one thing that, you have to consider when you have Hellranger in your mind, that this guy's brain power is not limited to anything. He's always got a trick up his sleeve. He's always got a strategy that he can use, even if it is a 2v5 where he and Kappa are stuck as 2 initiators, or, a controller and initiator, doesn't matter. They always know how to make it work. We've seen Global Esports push out of situations because of this guy's calls. We've seen Global Esports get into, put their opponent into positions where they feel really uncomfortable because of this guy's calls. And we've seen Global Esports come out on top of things as a glorious team because of this guy's calls and his clutches. He steps up at the most opportune, the most, difficult of times. He gets his team across the line. He makes sure that he has the back of his team. And as the breach main, as the whatever he plays, he just makes it his main. Breach main, Phoenix main. We've seen him play controller. We've seen him play duelist. We've seen him play initiator. He can even play the sentinel if he wants. He's an all-rounder, Hellranger. And not to forget, his mind is something that should be preserved in a Valorant India museum, I feel, in the years to come, because he's a guy who, honestly, you have a lot to learn from. His strategies are something that enable, those minds of the Valorant community, which, are good in helping their teammates more than helping themselves, right? He is a guy who sets up SK Rossi for success pretty much 90% of the times, if not a little lesser than that. And not to forget, he's got his own teammates doing that as well. So, yeah, Hellranger, a great player, and should be one of the best on the pitch today as well.
Yeah, now we talked a lot about the side of Global Esports. I think that Velocity, they're going to get a little bit jealous. So let's head on down over onto their team spotlight, ladies and gentlemen. And Floki, my man, talk us right through this roster, because these guys don't need an introduction, but at the same time, with the recent addition of Deathmaker, I do believe that this roster has a little bit more spice than they ever did before.
Absolutely. I feel like Deathmaker is sort of the X factor that Velocity have been lacking for a little while. NW1 was the guy to look out for, but it turns out that he had some personal reasons. So Unfortunately, due to those, he decided that he would be stepping down to compete eventually, and Deathmaker would be taking his place. But the curious detail here is, can they actually integrate Deathmaker that well? Now, if you are someone who's followed, the history of tactical shooters, you know that these guys, along with Deathmaker, have played together before. So maybe it's not the hardest of transitions in the world. But you have to remember, this is a different game. This is Valorant that we're talking about here. And they were actually teammates in another tactical shooter. Does that synergy, does that communication still transfer over? We don't know that just yet. But I think given the class that Velocity, Velocity have a standard of their own alongside Global Esports, they definitely have the tools necessary to integrate Deathmaker's playstyle and to give him a place in the team right away, without them needing to lift a lot of heavy weights and try to whack their brain around to see what sort of mental gymnastics they need to pull to make their lineup work. It just fits like a shoe. It's extremely natural, and yeah, that's kind of just what Velocity is all about. I feel like Velocity, they're going to be a lot stronger with the addition of Deathmaker.
Yeah, that is true. And speaking about the thing about being the most strongest here, let's see who's the strongest the most coming on down through from the side of Velocity as we head on down over onto their player spotlight powered by AMD Ryzen Radiant. And right off the get-go, it is going to be the battle of the IGLs. From the side of GE, we have Hellranger. From the side of Velocity, we have Amaterasu. Universe, do you have anything to say about it? Because you're the one. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts about the big brain gameplays coming on from these two IGLs.
I mean, I think we just need another bit of space in that Valorant India museum to keep another brain, because I think we might have to put Amaterasu right next to Hellranger there. Two of the, most experienced players in the country, and both of them leading their own teams. They've had their own experiences, and Amaterasu has gotten Velocity to the cusp of glory many times, and Velocity have a lot to thank him for. And he is the guy who they can rely upon to make these mid-round calls that are really important, right? Because these rotations against teams like Global are really important, because if you make one misstep, you might as well give up the entire site in a couple of seconds, right? And Amaterasu knows when to make those calls. He knows which player should be playing where, and he knows most of it. And to talk about exactly what Floki said, when Deathmaker's transition into the team shouldn't have been that hard. I think Amaterasu had a role to play in that, because it's sort of like how Deathmaker is a huge aspect in the market, right? He is like, you could say that this was a transition like how Tens was picked up by Sentinels, and then Shazam kind of like explained the role to him in less than an hour before a day before their match. Amaterasu sort of did that, I feel, for Deathmaker, because, well, it's like that heavyweight, who can perform individually, but he needs to settle in the team. And today is going to probably be his main test, because this is his first El Clasico, right? And he's going to be part of this huge match where there have been illustrious players come and go. And it's going to be great to see how exactly all this goes on.
Yeah, that is for sure. I know for a fact that you guys are getting antsy back in the audience there, ladies and gentlemen. You want this El Clasico to start already. I know. But we got to look at the battlegrounds one more time to see exactly what the maps are going to be and how this El Clasico is going to be panning out. So let's head on down over to the map video screen and see exactly where we're going to be headed before I send these two over towards the caster stats. And right off the get-go, the best map that we can ever hope for, the best map for both of these teams here, Floki, it is going to be Haven. Haven to start everything off. I don't know what would be even better for the start of an El Clasico.
I mean, yeah, I have to say I'm a little bit surprised that Haven actually slipped through, because Haven is historically that one map that Global Esports have always had the edge against Velocity. It's not the greatest of edges, but they do have an edge. And I think in their last two encounters, Global Esports have beaten Velocity on this map. Now, this just might be something that Velocity let happen on purpose. All their matches against Global were a little bit close on this map. So, it might just be them saying, look, guys, it could have just been that we made individual mistakes. We're better than Global Esports on this map. Let's just let it slip through. Let Global have that false sense of security. And we're going to pick up Icebox, a premier map, a map that almost every single team in the Gauntlet fears us for. So, they have that little comfort zone. But I have to say, still letting Haven slip through like that, mentally speaking at least, is going to give Global Esports an edge. And I really would not want to do that if I was Velocity. But who knows? It might just work out for them. They might have just worked out their kinks. with the decider being Bind, this is where things get a little interesting, because Bind is not really a map that we have seen these two teams play all that often, at least against each other. So there's really not a lot to go off of here, but if there's anything I can say, it is that there is a possibility of them running, of the side of Global Esports, when I say them, running a double initiator setup with something like a Sky plus Breach or Sky plus Sova. And yeah, when you have that double initiator setup on Bind, it just lets you play super aggressively on a map that can sometimes be stalled out if you have the right sentinels and the right controllers, where it can feel very impossible to take control of sites.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them, but at the same time, both of these teams, they have a lot of different strategies that they employ to go up against one another. The primary thing that I would like to highlight from the side of Velocity is that they lean towards the Sky a lot more in comparison to the Breach, and from the side of GE, they actually move towards the side of the Breach a lot more in comparison to the Sky. That's going to be a massive thing because Double Initiator is a must-have on Haven. They're going to be picking that up no matter what happens. But the main difference between the initiators are the Breach and the Sky. It's going to be quite interesting, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm really excited to see that matchup. I'm going to be watching here from the analyst desk, but hey, don't really worry about it. These two, I'm going to be sending them over towards the caster desk, and I know you're all ready. You know that you're all pumped. The storyline has been made. The stage has been set, and I'm going to be heading on down. I'm going to be sending these two down over towards the caster desk, and we're going to be back with the real shortly with the LG Ultragear Tec Gauntlet Season 2, powered by W Black and AMD Ryzen Radiant, after a short word from our sponsors.
Hey, South Asia Valorant players, I'm Sean Garris.
It's Kusta.
And Michael from Genji Valorant here with some really exciting news.
We have teamed up with LG Ultragear and the Esports Club for Season 2 of the Gauntlet.
The winner of Tec Gauntlet Season 2 will receive an exclusive one-on-one mentoring session with our Valorant team to help identify areas of improvement in their game to prepare for a higher level of gameplay.
In addition to that, we're going to be reacting to some of the top plays throughout this competition. Guys, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so make sure you don't miss out on this. Good luck to everyone competing from everyone here at Genji Valorant.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Gauntlet Season 2, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. You know me, I'm Floki. With me is Universe. We have one of the most awaited matchups so far in the playoffs. Global Esports going up against Velocity. It's going to be an interesting affair. We're going to be starting off on Haven, which is considered to be Global Esports' stronger map, followed by Icebox, which falls under Velocity's alley, and then Bind, a decider that we really haven't seen in a while. And Universe, just give me your thoughts, raw, straight off the bat. What do you think is going to happen? Anything at all? What do you have in mind that you want to share with us?
I'm not really sure, but I think that this map poll is sort of tending towards Global Esports just because I know that they're great on Haven and Icebox can be a debatable matter. I think that Velocity might have the edge on Icebox, but we should remember that, you know, Global Esports were the ones who set the tone of Icebox when it first came out. They were the ones who kind of mastered it. So you can never forget that. And Bind, well, we all know that Global Esports is one of their home maps, Bind, and they have a pretty good hold upon, you know, their defensive side, I believe, with their dual controller, dual initiator, and single duelist setup that they have. And yeah, like I think as Aggressive said earlier, you know, that Bind is as you said earlier, that Bind is a map that we've not seen these two teams play as much. We've seen them play on this map, but it's sparingly lesser than Icebox and Haven.
Yeah.
So I really hope it does go to a map 3 and we see it go all the way between these two teams, because I know it's going to be a hell of a match. But yeah, all 3 maps I think are slightly tending towards Global Esports. I think it's a 51-49 matter, except for Icebox here. And you might just be right, Floki, that, you know, Global Esports might just have the edge.
This is going to be a little bit interesting. I mean, I certainly did say that Global Esports is going to have the edge, but I mean, I know for a fact that Haven is a map that they should definitely be a lot better on. But you know what else the maps are going to be influenced by? It's going to be influenced by the agents that they pick. So let's have a look at the agent select screen and see what both of these teams are picking up for themselves. Now, I imagine that Velocity are probably going to be running a single initiator setup, and with that setup, Breach picked up for Velocity. Amaterasu, not sure that was a misclick or something that you guys have been planning for a long time, but I am so excited to see this double initiator setup. A Sky and a Breach. No Sova in there. That is new. I've almost never seen that. Master being the only player is probably going to pick up the Killjoy, so that's going to be interesting to watch. It could also be the Sage, but go on. Tell me, Universe.
I think that, you know, when we've seen in recent times, Right to Ace has really gotten used to that Sky, hasn't he? Because we've seen him play that on Bind. We've seen him play that now on Haven. I've seen him pick it up multiple times on Icebox and even Ascent for that matter. And I really like that Right to Ace is expanding his, you know, credibility on the initiator role, because he can play the Sky, he can play the Sova. And, you know, Sova is mostly useful. Like, you know, I think Sova is probably one of the best agents in the game, right? Because he can be used on Haven, Icebox, pretty much every map, I think, except for Split, because of its, verticality. But I love that he's expanding his notion to try and play different agents. And this could be one of those moments. We've got a Breach as well. So I think that this is going to be a little surprising for Global Esports, because I am pretty sure they would have expected Amaterasu to probably take Phoenix, because that's usually what he goes for on Haven, right? Amaterasu usually goes for the Phoenix. We see that Phoenix come out even from Global Esports at times, but today they're going for the single duelist. They want Deathmaker and SK Rossi to go at it, and they want to set them up for success. So it's going to be the battle of the minds between the two Breaches and battle of the guns blazing between the two Jets. So let's head on down to the game, ladies and gentlemen, as the El Clasico is just about to begin in a couple of seconds, and we can't wait to see who's going to come out on top, as we've got Velocity going up against Global with a small change in the lineup. We have a Sova against the Sky, but everything else remains the same.
Yep, absolutely. I'm seeing 2 Breaches. I mean, this is about as good as it gets for me. You know, they never ever see 2 Breaches go at it. Even less often 1 Breach. I mean, sometimes, you know, when Global Esports are up, I got to see that Breach on Ascent and different other maps. But this is definitely new. Well, start things off. It's going to be Kappa. Just trying to jump spot anyone towards mid, trying to see what kind of setup they're running, and he actually gets the alarm bot. He saw the Killjoy planting it towards tail end, so that's going to be information tonight. That's quite big. And SK Rossi, he's already making his way towards Garage to try and punish them. Nice little sentry by Marzel, though, to prevent them from pushing in and taking this area with ease. And SK Rossi, does he want to commit to take this stuff out? Yes, he will. They have some information out. They spotted 3 players towards mid, but they still don't know the whereabouts of the Astra and the Killjoy. And you can see everyone starting to gravitate towards that mid area universe. As SK Rossi, he's looking to go in.
He most certainly is. He's going to be the first point of contact, but it looks like they're choosing to go back again, Floki. Garage is where they're going. Marcel's waiting for them. He peeks out at the wrong time, and SK Rossi blows his head away. Hella for the trade. He's going to get another skills, although he finds Amaterasu. It's not going to matter. There's a 2-for-2 trade over here, but Global Esports still in the lead. They take down another one, and it's Right to Race left all alone in the 1v3. Something that he's done before, but really difficult when it's especially against Global Esports. Skills escapes just in a couple of seconds as Right to Race finds himself alone on the C side, moving towards the C long position. He's given away a sound cue as well. He needs to check this corner and goes for the kill. He gets it. He's got even a flash available, and he's gonna get another one in just a couple of seconds more. Gets detected. He needs to take these fights. He knows that he needs to at least get 1 kill over here so that he can make this situation doable, but it's getting a lot more difficult by the seconds as it go by, and Kappa's just gonna end it right there as he finds his head, and it's gonna be Global Esports to take the early lead. They find the pistol on the backs of a little informational play by Marzel. I think he just wanted to go for a jiggle peek and try to find if somebody's there because there was no sound cue at all, but he should have known better than to just hold back and play with his, you know, utility, because I think that at 1 peek was all what gave away the round.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I can understand Marcel's thought process there. He's used up his entire kit of utility. They have no information whatsoever. They don't know where they are. At that point, he's probably thinking to himself, man, if I can just jiggle and get away with some information, we're going to be ahead in this round. Because they were a little bit paranoid. They had no information towards CNA. They knew 3 players were mid, but they didn't know the whereabouts of the other 2. So just sort of puts him in the spot where if he doesn't go, he has a possibility of getting swarmed by the breach. And if he does go, he could die like that. This time around, I like the infinitely slow approach coming in from GE, waiting for the aggression coming in from the side of Velocity, but Velocity are not budging. They are just going to sit around and wait for the push to come to them. The only person who's brought up is Deathmaker with that Sheriff, and he, for the time being, is not really looking to play all that aggressively. He has pushed out a main, but that's about it.
There is a little bit of a push coming in from Velocity again on the A side. Is Deathmaker what he did in the pistol round, but it looks like Global Esports are not interested to fight him, but SK Rossi is interested. Oh, no. He gives away his life. That's really reckless. He has a Hellranger coming on the back of him, but that's just a little bit too reckless, SK Rossi. Another kill goes in. Marzo finds one more. He could hope for another, but he's got somebody coming in from window. Lightning Fast is going to delete him as Deathmaker left with 13 HP and a Sheriff. Can only hope for 1 kill at the most, but even that's not going to be given to him. Hellranger gets a third of the round, and it's going to be Global Esports to put up the second one, pretty much as expected. And now we have the original matchup starting. We've got the buy coming in for Velocity, ladies and gentlemen. We have them with Vandals and Phantoms across the board, and this is exactly where Global Esports need to prove their mettle, because if they win this bonus, then that's going to give them another 2 rounds, I believe, on the back of it, because they're going to have economy for days, which I think they can afford for another 2 rounds at least. Yeah. And look at what SK Rossi is carrying already. He's got, you know, oh wait, he's playing the Spectre? I thought they handed him the Vando. Never mind. But it looks like he wants to take close range fights. But Deathmaker. Wait, did SK Rossi get stunned by Hellranger?
No, I think he got stunned by Amaterasu there. He probably anticipated him pushing in that close, so I just wanted to slow him down a little bit. And there you go. His guess was right. Right to Ace has spotted out SK Rossi. But here's the thing. Once again, mid has been left completely wide open as they just wander in the 2 Astra smokes. And that's like taken by Amaterasu through the smoke is going to be able to find Kappa. That's the Sova being taken out of the picture. No recon dart, no owl, no information whatsoever, no shock cuts either to help them out with that post-plant situation. Now Mazel is going to be pushing in, but he's going to have to wait for that aftershock to dissipate before he can go in there. Matarashu flashes himself in, spots out Hellranger. They know where he is now, and they're spamming. They get him down low, but they're not able to finish off the kill. But Deathmaker coming in from the flank. The flash comes through, spots him out, but he's still going to peek out and get another kill. Hellranger's also going to be taken out. Deathmaker showing why he was picked up by Velocity as they get a perfect round in this third one. I mean, it was really needed by them. But I quickly want you to have a look at the ultimates available on GE over here. Universe. Look at the Hellranger and look at skills. Just 1 point away from that lockdown, as well as that rolling thunder that could secure them this round.
Yeah, it most certainly could, but I love this, back push from Deathmaker. He's been doing it for 3 rounds now. And Global Esports, I don't think they'd spotted it in the first two. Maybe in the second one when he took out that Killjoy alarm bot, I feel, by the hands of skills. But he pushed up again, and Global Esports are actually letting him take this control. This time, though, I don't think they should be letting him, because we can see SK Rossi raring to go towards that position. He goes towards A Shard Sports. I think he spotted out somebody. Right to Ace was definitely giving away his position. And he gets blinded off, trying to escape, but almost got taken out in that sense of time. Deathmaker, he escapes SK Rossi as Skills is looking to find some opening towards B. He's got lightning fast with support, but there's a lot of Killjoy utility waiting in their way, which Marzel is going to be ready to trigger. But one of it has been taken out. The turret's been taken out as well. Immediate reaction to get that Nano Swarm up and going. Amaterasu is coming to check if anybody's crossed in. Nobody has. He calls out for his teammate. Hella spots somebody towards C. Now, Global Esports, they need to take this a little bit more cautiously. They can't be reckless. SK Rossi yet again stunned, and he's gonna get punished for his maneuvers. Marzel finds another, even though he's stunned. His aim is just too good right now. But Kappa's is better, he says. Blows his head off with the Sheriff. Hella lets Kappa go past him. He's in the smoke. Oh, he's still taken care of though. Amaterasu covering up for his teammates, gets the last kill, and Velocity are still in the game, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter that they lost the first two. They've got what it takes to pull it all the way towards the end.
Yeah, and it's sort of just been the history of this matchup, right? Global Esports almost every single time wins the pistol, and then Velocity, the first buy round comes around, and they look like a completely different team. Now, I like the interesting, decision coming in from Marzel this time around to lay those Nano Swarms down towards B instead to delay the push. They know that they've been leaving mid open quite a lot, so it is prone to being attacked by the side of Global Esports. And Global Esports, every single time it is open, they just punish. They're like, okay, if you leave mid open, we are going to take it. We are going to force you to try and come in and deal with us. And it's exactly what they're doing. Well, that's exactly what they were doing up until this point. Deathmaker lined up for a couple, but completely taken out by Kappa. No damage should be done, but right to Ace, not done.
Spike down
He's going to peek out, and he manages to find two.
Pretty easy spray down for him. I mean, this is an eco for Global Esports, so given that Velocity would be expected to win this, but Deathmaker getting aggressive every single round isn't going to help you that much, mate. You need to calm down a bit, but still, he at least got one kill before he went down, and now Skills is just sitting down waiting for his life as Lightning Fast has been spotted out by Amaterasu. Here goes the flash. He's not really blinded, but Skills has been taken out, so he's the only one left, and he needs to cause some economical damage here. At least hope for it, because with the weapon that he has, he's not going to be allowed to save, I believe, and there it is. Amaterasu is not going to let him kill anybody. Takes him out, and it's going to be Velocity to take the lead. And with that, we have the Seekers available for one side. It's right to Ace, who can use it in a retake or for an aggressive push if he wants to towards A with Deathmaker, which they've been doing so far. That would help Deathmaker with his aggressive pushes. But not to forget, there is a Rolling Thunder available on Amaterasu, Hellranger as well. Yeah, so there's a lot of counterplay that could come into this if the A push comes again, but I don't think Hellranger is interested in it. And they're going towards mid yet again, where Marzel again puts down his alarm bot. The operator duel, here it comes. It's gonna be a save. The duel that we've been waiting for and that we will see a lot more of. Round 1, SK Rossi 1, DM 0.
Yeah, great stuff coming in there from SK Rossi. That angle favors him a little bit, but just being sharp as ever, not really letting Deathmaker get the better off despite that delayed peak. And now with the operator out of the play, this round becomes infinitely harder for Velocity. Sure, they have a couple of ultimates to work with. They've got the Seekers, and if Amaterasu gets one kill, he's gonna have the Rolling Thunder. But it could be a bit too much to ask for, because at this point, I don't think the side of Velocity are looking to push in anywhere. They're just scrambling to find any sort of information that they can. They don't see anyone mid. C is also completely barren, completely desolate, and now with the Owl going up towards A, they have a decent idea that this A hit is coming. The Seekers are going to do all the work.
Yeah, just as the Seekers are going down, here's the lockdown. Right to Ace needs to get a kill here. He's looking for it, and I think the lockdown is going to take it out. Yes, the breach utility. We know it's buffs, and now it's coming to play. But here comes the Rolling Thunder, and Right to Ace is not effective, but it doesn't matter. Skills takes him out, and Marzel comes out of the smoke to try and save his team, but it's not going to be enough. One kill is all he finds, and Amaterasu, in this smoke. Is gonna peek out towards Under Heaven. Finds the up on an IGL, but not gonna find SK Rossi. He's just too quick for this. But LF, he comes out. And there's nothing more he can do than give up his life. He had too many angles to look at, too many players to face, and in a 1v3, he had to give up that round. It's a 3-for-3 now, and we're going back and forth here, Floki. Global Esports answer after giving away 3 rounds, and in good time too, because I feel like Velocity were building up a momentum, and if they had won this round, then Global would have had a little bit more of a difficult time trying to stop them.
Absolutely. I mean, Global Esports, they really needed that round. It seems that Velocity were just running away with the economy, but now they're going to be forced to rebuy that operate. They're going to be forced to rebuy up all those rifles, but they still have decent money left in the bank. It's not the end of the world for them. Global Esports, they cannot afford to lose this, though. If they do, it's going to have to be another eco for them, or some sort of half-fight coming in. SK Rossi, I am not sure what the hell that man is up to, but please do not go in with the spike like that.
I mean, I know what he was going for. He just wants to go get the plan and dash out, but obviously with Velocity, they know your tricks. And now they're going towards C. And he gets taken out. Deathmaker, he evens the score. And he gets another, even though he's stunned. Make that a third. No, he dashes away. And here comes the lockdown from the defenders. As Skills is forced to go back. Lightning Fast gets taken out. And it's going to be just 2 men standing now. Kappa and Skills. And Kappa trying to save this operator. A weapon that we've not seen him use to play. But Skills takes out one. Gets blinded off now. Goes for the kill. Not going to connect the shot. Going for more. It looks like the frenzy works better in his hands than the operator, doesn't it?
Sure does. The 147 and 3 hit strikes again. I mean, that's just been the story of Frenzy every single time I've seen it in action. You hit the first shot, you hit the second one, you also hit the third one, but you just don't get the kill. Ah, boy, such is life. But yeah, the operator taken away from the hands of Global Esports, this is really going to hurt them. They have to pretty much eco this round. They could look to do some sort of weird half-buy, but that's not really going to help their case or their economy. So, like the decision coming in, just going to be a couple of Sheriffs, a couple of Ghosts, a Spectre and Lightning Fast, who has a few more credits to spare, and hopefully, you know, they can make this SK Rossi Knights do all the work. He's getting stunned, crowd eval, everything thrown at him. Just to stop his advance. They know who to focus. It's the Rossi boy.
Certainly is. Deathmaker though, he finds Skills. Skills, poor guy, didn't know that somebody was speaking out there because Lightning Fast was hidden.
Yeah.
And because of that, they've lost a player already. But SK Rossi, he wants revenge and he's gonna get some. He gets another SK Rossi. Aided by Hellranger, gets all that he needs. Marzel is gonna trade back though. Deathmaker finds another. And Global Esports' eco round, although has given out some success in terms of getting a plan and getting 2 players down, I think it's more than enough. They can hope for a win over here given their situation of having 2 weapons collected. But I'm not quite sure how good that's gonna work out. Deathmaker dashes in, but it doesn't even matter that he's not having his weapon in his hand. He gets a 4K, and the DM that we all have been waiting for is on the server, ladies and gentlemen. DM King is here to rule everybody on as he puts up Velocity on number 5. And my word, anybody who saw him play earlier on, there were some speculations going on, in a few games before that. Deathmaker has, kind of lost his form. He's not played for a while, so he's gonna have a tough time maybe playing against Global Esports. But look at this, proving all of the people wrong, and right on top of the scoreboard, 10 kills already, and more to come, I hope, Floki.
Absolutely. I mean, 8 rounds in, 10 kills in the hands of Deathmaker. 4 of them have been eco fracks, so let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Deathmaker still has some more work to do, but yeah, largely a good sign of things to come. Now, you have to remember, Global Esports have almost never shown any presence towards the C side, but just as I say that, that is a crime and a half. Lightning Fast, God Hellfighter through the smoke. That is insane. I wish we had caught that. I really wish we saw that because that would have been epic. But Deathmaker, he answers right now. He takes out SK Rossi. And elsewhere, Amaterasu, he's also found Skills. All of a sudden, the round is turned on its head. A brilliant pick coming in by Lightning Fast has been nullified. And not only that, the advantage has been taken back by the side of Velocity. Looking to get some map control towards Karachi, but they have Muzzle to contend with, and there's also Amaterasu towards B to help them out. But Hellranger sneaking in along with Cap at this. Good to come down to timing, but right to Ace, looking in the right direction, is going to be able to stop them. Flashes on flashes, breach versus breach. Oh my god. What a hilarious sequence of events. Hellranger, he'll secure the plant, but I'm not sure if he has the round.
That was a hilarious moment right there. I love it when two breaches go against each other. Like, you know, it's just flashes and flashes and flashes, and in the end of it, there's no end product. Both of them just hide. So
yeah.
it's just sunglasses moments right there, but nothing else. But right now, Velocity have got the better of Global Esports in the last couple of rounds, Loki. 6-3, they've got a healthy lead, and they've already secured the half in order to have it at least in level terms, if not, you know, a better lead than this. But looking at the state of things, you can see the economy of Global Esports is not looking that great. You can see that they're gonna have a really crumpled up buy right now. You can SK Rossi's on the Vandal, you got a Bulldog, you got a Spectre, maybe a Guardian Lightning Fast, but they're all across half armor buys, and SK Rossi is the one who's bought in completely. Look at that. I mean, I don't really know how this economy is gonna look in the next round, but doesn't look good right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what SK Rossi is thinking about. Yeah, I think there's 3,000 credits and skills as bank, so he's probably hoping for a drop from him. That's what justifies this mantle pickup by him, but he's gonna have to get a few more kills if he really wants to put that thing to work. Global Esports, they really need a few rounds on this Haven offense. Defense can be a bit problematic, but that's what the Hellranger all just wanted. Blow everyone up holding this B side, or at least the B to A link. And now Mazel, prepping the lockdown, is gonna lay it down, but the Aftershock, I'm not sure if it's still available on Hellranger. Could take it out if he does place it down. But it doesn't look like they have the tools necessary to deal with this. But okay, the hero skills is gonna be able to take it down. Guess what? They've already backed up. They've made their way towards A main, but right to Ace is waiting with the Phantom, but they trade him out. And Amaterasu, with that breach utility, is going to be able to stun them up. And Hellranger responds in kind. Nice flash coming in, but Amaterasu is safe thanks to that Cosmic Divide. And guess what? This could actually be super problematic. He's trying to go in, but there's no way to do so without actually showing himself first. A little bit not good decision there for him to try and play around. Muzzle was good for one, but that's about it. Now it's down to Deathmaker, along with his buddy Hellfighter, to try and do something on the Jake Phantom available for Hellfighter, but he's only good for one. Hellranger had him covered on Deathmaker with the Operator. Not the best weapon to take the site back, but there is a Phantom lying ahead. He's gonna have to clear out the site though, and that might take some time. Hellranger is aware of where Deathmaker is. Just gonna come down to timing and patience now. And you can see, no real need to peek. Take notes, ladies and gentlemen. He is not peeking until he hears the initial tap. And even then, he's got the concuss ready, he's got the spray. Just to pat him down a little bit in Deathmaker. Feeling a little bit frisky, moving in aggressively. Look at the discipline on Hellranger. He just holds his ground and takes him out. A Rolling Thunder committed, and in the same round, he's managed to find himself 4 more points towards that ultimate. This breach, starting to snowball out of control here.
I mean, I think now I understand why they let SK Rossi buy in, because they were banking upon themselves to win that round no matter what, right? And that's exactly what the condition was, on top of their economy building up as well. Because if they hadn't won that round, it would have completely gone overboard, and they could have lost it. In the end, it looked like almost it was gonna go away, but Global Esports, they knew what they had to do, and they did it right. Right to Ace, kind of, I think, you know, had a tough moment towards the A main position there. I think he could have gotten 2 kills, and that would have probably been the end of the round. But hey, what's happened has happened, and now Global have put 4 on the board as they are looking for more. They know that DM is towards the A-long position. He's also been spotted out, so they're not going to be contesting there for sure. They've left the Killjoy alarm bot to hold off for any backstabs coming in, as Right to Ace has rotated as well, leaving DM alone to handle off the A side for himself. And it's a right call, I feel, except that Hellranger is actually running in with the spike right there towards A long. He's got even flashes coming in. There's a lot of utility of the breach being put down over here, and Right to Ace has been spotted out as well. They know that he's along with Deathmaker over here. The A side is being contested heavily, even though they're not really in close vicinity. The Seekers give out a little bit more information. And now Global Esports have just 35 seconds left to work with. They look like they want to hit A. They've got 4 players over here. They've left Lightning Fast all alone towards C long. It's gonna be a bloodbath, pretty sure, I feel. But they choose otherwise, Loki. They're running away.
There's not a lot of time remaining on the clock actually. They're trying to make their way towards mid, but Marvel, he's ready for this. He's got those nano swarms. And they can't prevent them from pushing in. This could be disastrous for the side of Global Esports. They need to make a decision, and they're going to start running back towards A main. SK Rossi, you're a man who's capable of many wonders, but what do you pull out of your hat right now? You need a rabbit, you need a magic trick. 4 seconds remaining.
That's it.
It's
over.
It's over.
One enemy remaining.
Wow. I mean,
Global
Okay.
Esports, they just dug their own grave with that extremely slow approach.
Last round before the
I
switch.
think in between they kind of overthought about what they wanted to do, because we saw when we looked at the map, right? They had control towards A long. SK Rossi had pushed up towards that, the cement pillar that is there, and then we saw even Kappa. He got A short control, and Velocity were happy to let them take it. And I really think that Global Esports should have capitalized upon it, but I don't know what that call was. But Hellranger immediately decided, you know what, guys, let's go towards B. And then Marzel blew a head off right towards the mid window. And then even that was stopped immediately. And Hellef's, thought process in that was just beautiful, because he put down stars exactly where he knew Global Esports player were coming. And he put down the gravity walls, he put down the concussion, and he just stopped them from pushing on any further. And I love that. Perfect awareness of mind and control, and a whole team effort over here, even though there were players not available on that A side. Because if you look at it precisely, Floki, nobody from Velocity actually rotated anywhere except for right to Ace coming towards B and then going back towards A. They held their ground, and that's all they needed for the entire round. Global Esports ran the clock out themselves.
Yeah. I mean, Global Esports, it's like I said earlier, they sort of can get stuck in these positions where they sort of just become paralyzed, based on the information they have. It's analysis paralysis. They know what the setup looks like to some extent. They're just not sure where to hit. And that little sense of, that little lack of confidence really does them in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, they knew that they forced the jet off of that angle when the smokes and the dash came through. I'm pretty sure they heard that, but they still decided to go all the way back towards B, anticipating a rotation coming in, which they were not entirely wrong about. The rotation could have come in rather quickly, but there were still only 3 people near the A side. There weren't 4, there weren't 5. And then they go back towards mid, they spot the turret. There's also an Nanostorm laying there just for good measure, and then they decide, okay, guess we can't do B, guys. 15 seconds remaining on the clock, let's hide healer towards A. That puts so much pressure on SK Rossi to perform. Well, this time around, lightning fast. He has sacrificed his Phantom, given it over to someone else on his team, and picked up the Stinger for himself. And SK Rossi, he's laid his hands on a Vandal now. Hellranger is just 1 point shy of the ultimate. Sorry, 2 points shy rather. So as long as they get into sight and get a plan going, it is very likely he can have that up and running. But you saw Matarasu and right to Ace to contend with this kindly after here the flash is traded. And SK Rossi falls in return. Scale still standing, though that Phantom does work, but Amaterasu is there with the trade. Nice aftershock to prevent them from pushing in. Hellranger also with his own aftershock is going to prevent them from peeking that angle for too long. And now, what do you do if you're Global Esports? Look at Hellfighters. He's all the way in spawn, waiting for them to come back, but it's not even going to be needed. Kappa is just going to get cleaned up by Deathmaker. 8-4 in favor of Velocity, as they are completely destroying the side of Global Esports on their home turf. This was their map pick universe. 8 rounds on defense, and now they move on to offense. Oh boy.
We did talk about Haven being their thing, right? But the thing about Haven is that Global Esports, I feel personally, are more strong on the defense than they are on offense. And I think Velocity can be resonating the same qualities. And now it's just about this pistol run, I feel. Because if Global Esports win this pistol, then they're going to have an 8-7 scoreline right up on the board. But if Velocity win this pistol, then we kind of know that Global Esports, need to do something different, because so far it's not really been going in their favor in the long game, although they've had their moments of brilliance. And there it is, that recon, beautiful by Kappa, and SK Rossi goes into the smoke. He takes out one, but he gets another. Deathmaker goes down. And just like that, Velocity are falling apart. Kappa still in the smoke, playing around with his opponents. Marcel and Matarasu find Hellranger and Kappa. Both the initiators are down, and now it's up to it's up to Lightning Fast and Skills to try and find some success. He's been spotted out, he's taking damage as well, and Velocity are not keen on taking this as fast as they can. They know that they've got two players completely on separate sites right now. At least that's what they should be thinking, because Global Esports, they know they cannot be affording to play on two people on one side when there's three that could be, you know, underplay. And the B side looks like it's going to be taken care of by Velocity. The plan should be coming down by Amaterasu. And there it is, the sound cue given, and the immediate rotations that you can see on the map coming in from Global Esports players. Retake, 3v2, what do you have for us, Global Esports?
Kills. He's good for one. And lightning fast. He's waiting in the wings for now. He's not really pushed in. Not too sure what the case is. Has he disconnected? Oh my god, I hope not. I really hope not. Skills.
Last player
1v2 where
standing.
is gonna get tapped down, and it seems that lightning fast is off the server, unfortunately. Boy, he's lagged out, and Hellranger's gonna let him know. Painful. Absolutely painful stuff coming in from the side of Global Esports. It was a very important pistol for them to win, but unfortunately, luck or internet, whatever you like to call it, was not by the side. And
Yeah. You know, look, you know the one thing, like, you know, when you're playing matches like these, right? You see that in professional play, whenever there's a player lag, you know that, okay, the round's pretty much done and dusted in case there's a advantage, you know, on the opponent side, right? It's basically a 2v1. But the thing about it is when you play ranked games and you see the opponent saying that you know, their teammate is AFK, do you really believe it? Because you can see in pro play, whenever you say somebody's AFK, they really believe it and they go for it because they know they're not kidding. But in rank play, if you say somebody's AFK, they say, yeah, sure, get out of here, man.
yeah,
Placing sentry.
this perhaps looks like the best possible time that you can sort of just take off to, you know, just let the round go. They know that there's not much that they can do in this round. They lost the pistol, so they have pretty much nothing to try and make this except for the classics. And yeah, I mean, sensible enough. Why waste pauses doing this when you can just let the round pass and instead take the timer down as much as you can? I think that's all that Global Esports are going to look to do. Deathmaker, very cautious, shift walking the entire way into the site. I like it. There's no reason to just give away your whereabouts. Now the spike plant is going to go down. We're going to know
Planted.
that has been planted, and we'll see SK Rossi and Kappa attempt something here. Not too sure what they're going to try and do with just two classics. But, hey, for what it's worth, two classics, I mean, they're probably stronger than a Ghost. Two bad
Yeah.
side of Velocity have got only Spectres in their hands.
You know, I've always had this debate, you know, whether you would want to play a Ghost or a Classic, because the burst potential of a Classic is good, and so is the tapping, I feel. Kappa actually finds Marzo, and Global Esports, although they've come onto the side, they're jumping in straight. Kappa, he didn't really care, but yeah, they've given up a couple of pistols, and Hellranger is AFK this time. Okay, that's,
Wait a second, Hellranger and Lightning Fast Swag, they're not gonna get money.
Oh boy, this is a little bit of an issue. We can see Lightning Fast is disconnected, so it's gonna be a little bit of a problem now. 10-4 velocity. It almost looks like this map is too far lost, Floki, because just because of the technicality of losing two players mid-game, issues that don't really resonate with what you want, but with what your environment around you just gives to you. Oh boy. No, that's gonna hurt. That's really gotta hurt. Yeah, there's no, like you said, there's no money. Hellranger just down to 3,000 creds. Lightning Fast not even on the server. I mean, he is disconnected. You can see the symbol right there next to his ping. I mean, right where his ping is supposed to be. And it's just really, really saddening to see this. Now, even if they come back, Floki, the thing about this round is that I don't know.
Did Global Esports just lose this map?
Yeah, on the backs of this is if they lose the map on the backs of this, I mean, you gotta feel really sad for them, because this is not how we expected. This is not how anybody expected for Global Esports to give up their home map, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even though this is the map that they chose in terms of they knowing that they've had the advantage previously against Velocity, the first half honestly was convincing by Velocity, wasn't it? Because their methodical approach to try and keep Global Esports at the bay by playing out time for most of the rounds and then they don't give up their ground no matter what. They know that they can hold on to it for as long as possible. They just need to let Global Esports come to them. They've not played aggressively unless it's Deathmaker pushing up towards short. They haven't really gotten, you know, as much map control in terms of aggressive positions as they want to. But their defensive positional control was just as good as getting an aggressive pick, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sorry, you know, so I'm just still stuck on the fact that they're not going to have any money this round. This is heartbreaking stuff. I mean, look at that. They probably have to string together a buy, though. It's not like they have much of a choice. 2 Spectres, 1 Odin, 1 Operator, and 1 Phantom. That's going to be the buy coming in. And you know whose shoulders this round is going to rest on. It's going to be good old SK Rossi. Boy, look at Lightning Fast. He's playing on 80 ping.
Ooh. Oh, that's a problem. Could be a little bit of an issue. But we're still going to go ahead with it. It looks like it should be sorted, I feel. Oh, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
I know that this is a... this is an issue that really shouldn't be a problem when it comes to competitive matches like this, but there's nothing we can do about it. It's uncontrolled, ladies and gentlemen. Now the round has begun, so we're gonna have to watch Global Esports go into this. And SK Rossi has something on his mind, and he's gonna say it. He says, Deathmaker, no more. And he finds his kill, and he's looking for more. I think he spotted Helef going across, and he smoked it off. He waited for the shot, Helef, and now he can go back and retreat. Right to Ace is healing up his teammates on Matarazo. He's taking a bit of damage. And they're looking what they can do because they've lost their main man in terms of entry fragging. Now they need to play it a little bit more technically. Guild has pushed up towards A short. He's in a good position to find at least a kill. Maybe retreat off, but he's got nobody to contest. And right to Ace might just spot him out. Oh, he does. And now they're going to be a little bit more cautious about going towards the A side. The smoke has been put down by Lightning Fast as well. So A side right now is off limits because we can see that Velocity players have been spotted out by Kappa towards the C-long position. And now they have nowhere to go. 35 seconds left yet again. And another round that looks like what Global Esports did could be repeating for Velocity if they don't take some action really soon. It looks like it could be towards
left.
B, where SK Rossi is waiting for them with that deadly one-shot weapon.
Couldn't be more perfect. And guess what? That flash didn't actually connect. The breeze flash actually turned around and Dunny unfortunately could not get that thing. Towards the end, Hellranger trying to secure his retreat. There's only 12 seconds remaining on the clock. They need to get that spike down.
10 seconds left.
One looking for the
Enemy
pick, but he's
remaining.
taken down here. This round is
down,
over. Hellfighter is gonna try and save the operator, but he's gonna get ran at. Oh no, you have to worry about window, my friend. Skills takes him out. No real choice there for him. The round, it's done and dusted. Global Esports. Be it internet problems, be it run, be it rain, sun, moon, or shine, it doesn't matter. They're gonna try their best. And despite that little bit of a disaster that happened last round, they've managed to stabilize. A very, very important win coming in for them. Now, it's the time to start building up their economy and make sure they have a good bank. I see a Bulldog in the hands of Lightning Fast. I respect that pickup. They've got a Vandal here, a Phantom there, an Operator, and an Odin. So pretty much the entire assortment of weapons that you would want for a buy round coming in from the side of Global Esports. Meanwhile, on the Velocity side, it's not looking the best. You've got a Guardian and a Phantom, of course, and a Sheriff, but that's about it. And it's mostly going to be about trying to figure out what their defense looks like. And you can see change up coming in from Global Esports. They put 3 people into the garage. They've got a bunch of utility towards C. They don't really care. Well, the spam works. Eventually, after 2 entire rounds, he finds Marcel.
Okay. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Global Esports, it doesn't even matter that they don't have money. They still make things work. And look at this beautiful setup, man. That 3-man setup, even though it was reduced to 2, was just as good. Lightning Fast finds another, and it looks like a flawless round is coming in for Global Esports here, ladies and gentlemen. 6th on the board. They're going nowhere. It doesn't even matter that they've got internet issues. It doesn't even matter that they've got some problems with their connectivity. They're just as good, and they're proving it. And they're still in this game. They're going nowhere. And Global Esports now, they're putting the pressure on Velocity, and I think they might just feel it because the buy you can see is not really that great on Velocity. They've got weapons all across the board, but there's still 2 players without armor.
Yep.
And utility, although available, needs to be used carefully in this round, because if they lose this, it's yet again another eco coming in for them. And now Deathmaker going towards A, and he's gonna get success. SK Rossi's operator, not towards the A side this time, is gonna find no success. He pops out his knives, and they're pushing up towards mid. Could be a little bit dangerous. They've got nobody watching this angle. Hellranger comes out and he finds the kill. Looks for a second, not gonna be able to connect. Hellranger reigns supreme. And now Global Esports have been ripped apart into pieces. They're spread across the map, where Global have just got 3 players left. Velocity have got 4, and they've taken control of the A side, and they're gonna get the plan down as well.
Spike planted.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at Kappa. The shock dart to try and clear out the cubby area. Does manage to land one of those two, but no one winning, there's no damage done. And now 3v4 retake. The Odin trying to do its best possible. It's not gonna happen. This is almost impossible. Kappa, I'd be very happy to see him save the Odin. That is a bit of an expensive weapon. You kind of want to make sure you take it forward. Maybe if the operator hasn't been marked, just try and get it back from the window. So you can't save that for SK Rossi in the coming round. But he's gonna end up finding a pick. No, Mazel! Even quicker. His hand is quicker than the eye, and it shows. Well, that's okay. SK Rossi still has money remaining for the operator, and now this 11-6 score line, Global Esports are gonna look to slowly but surely bleed out the economy on the side of Velocity. They've all got around 2,000 credits in the bank, so if they lose this one out, they could potentially buy up again. Yes, it's gonna be a scrappy Spectre or a Bulldog in the hands of one of their players, but that's still okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, Global Esports, their money is looking good. What they really need right now is rounds, and they need to do as much economic damage as possible.
Yeah, but the thing with these rounds that they're gonna have to pull is not gonna matter whether they've got players surviving. Even if it comes down to 1v1, they really need to get it. They need to get these rounds. It doesn't matter even if they've lost everything in that round except for just the one player standing. Because that's what they need, or else if Velocity get this round, it's gonna be a battle for the survival of their, you know, tournament life at the very most. And now they're pushing in towards C, and Velocity completely battered down in the matter of 2 seconds. What the hell was that? Global Esports just threw them down, and SK Rossi looking in the right direction is not gonna get the kill, but he's giving his team information. Right to Ace is gonna get stunned, gonna get rained down upon, and Skills takes him out as a beautiful, flawless round comes in from Global. What a hold, Floki. What was that? Within, I mean, just 2 seconds was all it took, and they were all gone, Velocity players.
Yeah, absolutely. Insane stuff coming in from the side of Global Esports. And now the big question comes in. Buy or half? Look at the economy on Velocity. They have enough money to buy a couple of rifles here, but no, they're going to choose to go light shields and sheriffs. Just hopefully get the spike down. Let that round difference start to play in, and, you know, give them that cushion that they need to stabilize and get their economy in this game so that they stand a better chance to read out what Global Esports are doing on the map. This time around, Global Esports changing the pace up completely. SK Rossi towards A main. Scappa along with him to help him out. That's a nice flash coming in from right to A. It's going to give them information about backside, and now they know there's at least one player playing towards B, but they've got complete control of Gerard. Only hell fight over here, and he's going to give the side a wise decision by him. Easier to do the 5v5 retake than to hold them all down with a sheriff in his hands. The lockdown has been committed, and yeah, Global Esports, well, they really need to secure this round, so they're not going to try and do anything too crazy. Deathmaker somehow avoids that alarm bot as he walks away, but the lockdown gets destroyed thanks to Amaterasu's Aftershock. And now, Lightning Fast is going to just try and put him some smooth to help his team out. Deathmaker, how much road can you do? That's the question. Cloudburst comes through and looking to take this one. One HP on Deathmaker, what the hell? Hellranger still holding on for the time being, but they haven't really started defusing. The spike is planted in a very open spot that is easy to defend. Hellranger's gonna start tapping, but the gravity well is there. And guess what? Global Esports, while they are getting kills, they're not tapping. The spike is gonna go over to Velocity.
Wow! Velocity!
Die.
Holy damn, Velocity! What a hold!
Match point.
That post-plan play, the thought process that went into it, everything was just perfect. I mean, you really got to admire Velocity in this round. A Thrifty that came in out of nowhere. And if Amaterasu hadn't gotten that one kill onto Lightning Fast, I think that round would have gone. But Helef's, Gravity Well just pulled the diffuser off the spike, and that was it. It was just beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had the Gravity Well first, and then the Rolling Thunder to knock him back. So they basically had two ways to defend post-plant without really peeking. SK Rossi, no, his aggression. Oh no, I think this might just be it. SK Rossi gets taken down here. The rotations are coming in, but they could easily double back here. Hellfighter has been waiting towards C main, and he sees absolutely nothing. Could start moving in as Velocity decide to go back towards C. You can see, that Lightning Fast is aware that something like this could come through. Marzel is also holding for the time being, so they're really considering their options here. They're faking some utility towards A to draw them in, and you can see Kappa, he wants some information. He wants to know where the hell they're going. And that recon, well, it's not really going to tell them anything. They have no idea about the whereabouts.
You are
Look at the rotate.
Yeah, it's going to be a double fake. The Cosmic Divide comes through. It's just Amaterasu and Deathmaker doing their best.
Oh,
Just
wow.
to get him off, and the rotations have come in. The A side is all open. Deathmaker not as good as it gets. And Lightning Fast, sure, he was good for one, and he's taken out Amaterasu.
30
The spike
seconds
is going to be
left.
planted as a result. It's
Wow. Wow, Velocity. Get out of here. And look at this! Marzo pushed up towards the defender side spawn, and he's gonna take out Kappa. And I think this is it, Floki. Unless Hellranger can pull something out. He's got no flashes. He's just got an aftershock. He's looking the right direction, but Marzo's not gonna peek him out right now. He finally does, gives a little bit of damage, but he gets his head blown off instead. 2v2, still possible, Global. And here comes the Cosmic Divide from Lightning Fast. They're trying to go for this. Right to Ace needs to look in the right direction, but he still gets the kill. Hellranger misses a shot, and now Lightning Fast has been left all alone. There's no time left. There's nothing more to do. It is Velocity Gaming to take the home map of Global Esports as they take Haven, and they are gonna be going up by one in this best of three. What a last two rounds from them, Floki. Wow, that was just brilliant. The Thrifty coming in where they held on to that C side in the post-plant situation, it was just amazing. I know that Global Esports giving up the side was a good decision, but with the amount of utility that they held it on until the very end, they made sure that the Killjoy Nanoswarms were not gone off. They made sure that the Breach's ultimate was still intact. They made sure that Helef was alive to keep the Gravity Well in place in case the Diffuse coming in. That round, that penultimate round, was just beautiful. I loved it from Velocity. This is exactly how you play a Thrifty round when you've got pistols and nothing else to work with. It's time for your utilities to go completely booming over the side. And that last round, the double fake, it's just classic Velocity all written over it. You send two players towards C, you come in a couple of utilities over there, you go towards A, get the plan done, get a player, go straight up towards defender side spawn, gain a lot of map control, get one kill, get yourself a man above in terms of, leveling the score, and there you are, 13-7. What a game of Valorant.
I mean, I think Amaterasu and Velocity are the perfect example of turning that inch into a mile. They found that pick off on SK Rossi, and solely on the back of that single pick, they were able to secure that entire round. Sure, Deathmaker went in, he got himself a kill. That helps as well. It helps sell the fake. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's really Amaterasu's big green and his mid-round calling that sort of just won them that. Even the eco round before that, where they just had a bunch of sheriffs, they had the Gravity Well and the Rolling Thunder to disrupt the plant. When they knew that the plant is in such a position that they can all just spam it down with a bunch of sheriffs if needed. And they can have smokes covering themselves so that, they have that extra layer of protection. Just genius stuff coming in from the side of Velocity, and they take away Haven, a map that Global just sort of relies on to get them a sort of an advantage in this best of three. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and see how Velocity have done it, because Global Esports, they need to start taking notes if they want to stay alive in this BO3. If they want to stay in the upper bracket, they need to win Icebox. And Icebox, well, let's just say that Velocity have not been messed around with on that map at all. It is their home turf.
Yeah, most certainly. Icebox is a map that we're going to have to see how exactly it all goes down, but I just want to have all eyes upon one player right here, Floki, and that's the man who's leading the charge on Velocity. Deathmaker, he's back to his very best, and we saw him do it multiple times. We know that in the beginning stages, we were talking about him still settling into the game, but looks like he's settling pretty well, Floki. And he's got Marzel right on his back, 19 kills, and they have become a deadly duo. And we know how much havoc they can cause. And now that Icebox is coming up, if this duo keeps on putting the numbers that they have already, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them. So we're going to be back, ladies and gentlemen, in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. This match is only getting a lot more heated up than it already is. But we're going to the land of ice right now. And we're going to see if Global Esports is going to make their comeback happen, or are they going to the lower brackets?
Hey, South Asia Valorant players, I'm Sean Garris.
It's Kusta.
And Michael from Genji Valorant here with some really exciting news.
We have teamed up with LG Ultragear and the Esports Club for Season 2 of the Gauntlet.
The winner of Tec Gauntlet Season 2 will receive an exclusive one-on-one mentoring session with our Valorant team to help identify areas of improvement in their game to prepare for a higher level of gameplay.
In addition to that, we're going to be reacting to some of the top plays throughout this competition. Guys, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so make sure you don't miss out on this. Good luck to everyone competing from everyone here at Genji Valorant.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Gauntlet Season 2, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radiant. My name is Fluky. With me is Universe. A very unexpected first map where Velocity managed to snag away Haven from the hands of Global Esports, and now we move on to Icebox. Velocity is home turf. Not really an upset that we saw coming, Universe, but hey, sometimes, Velocity, they do catch you by surprise. And Haven, a map that Global Esports had been relying on, has been shut down completely. What options do the side Global Esports have on Icebox? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what exactly they're going to go ahead with over here, but I do believe that, on Icebox, they've had a little bit of a, a tougher time than Velocity, I think, because Velocity have played Icebox 25 times, mind you, Floki, and they've won 96% of the times, which means they've won 24 out of 25 maps. And Global Esports, on the other hand, have played 20 times on the map of Icebox, and they won 14 out of those. So looking at the number of times that they won each of these maps, it's a little bit tending towards Velocity. But hey, we're going to see how it all turns up as we're going to go into the agent selection screen and see who exactly are they going to be donning to get done with this map. And you can see the Velocity players, they're not messing around. They want to get this done as soon as possible, and so are Global Esports. You've got the Sage in the hands of Amaterasu. You've got yet again the solo duelist role by both of those players, Deathmaker and SK Rossi. It is the same composition. Nothing of a surprise over here, Floki. This is exactly what we expected. There's the Viper, there's the Sage, there's the Sova, Killjoy, and the Jet. It's going to be the team differential now. We're gonna have to see who comes out on top. Velocity look like historically they should be coming out on top, but if we know Global and we know that they have the potential for making a comeback more so than any other team, then we should know that they are not to be taken lightly on this map either.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Global are a strong contender. Let's not forget that. It's just that Icebox is not their best round. So they might have a little bit of trouble. But then again, you know, these guys, the king of pistols, if they win the first 2 rounds and they win that first buy round, you could be in for a rude awakening if you're Velocity. Because Velocity, they can't just get, you know, taken up by the snowball that is SK Rossi. If SK Rossi starts to get going on this map, gets an operator up and early by that 3rd round, this is going to be a painful ride for Velocity.
Most certainly is. Let's get into the game now, ladies and gentlemen. We have the second map coming up, Icebox, and it's for Global to show us whether or not they're going to be moving into the 3rd map, or is it them going towards the lower bracket. And as we begin, we've got a B push coming in from Velocity and Floki. We know Velocity don't like to take it aggressively, but Global Esports currently are taking it a little aggressively.
Yeah, they certainly are. And guess what? SK Rossi, he's already started to become a thorn in their side. He's found Marzel, and he's looking for more. So he's slowly but surely is going to inch towards that B side to try and help his team out. A very interesting ball coming in from Lightning Fast. He's prevented them from pushing up the other side of those containers on B. And Deathmaker, he's going to make his presence known. Hellranger holding up from Tube, spots Deathmaker out, but can't really finish him off. Jumps in like a hero, but cannot get that big. The wall protecting them, the plant has gone down, and now it's time for the Velocity Pros plant. 4v4 retake though, very doable coming in for Global Esports. This wall is going to be a big problem though. They need to try and take this out as quickly as possible. And SK Rossi's on it, Lightning Fast moving forward, but Deathmaker pests him in that duel, and right to ace is going to take all that recon down for the time being. But SK Rossi still moving forward, Hellfight against Kappa, and Skills looking to shut down Matarasu, but he's just buying so much time, and Deathmaker comes in for the flag. He managed to get SK Rossi too.
Deathmaker playing around that yellow container has made himself a really sneaky player to face off. But look at this. He's just putting down his own smoke, and he's moving around left and right. He knows exactly where these players are. He hears the sounds, and he comes around them, finds one, and then goes for the other as well, helping out his teammates. 3 players of Velocity survive, and they're going to be pretty happy with that. And as a result, you can see full armor and full buy weapons as well. Deathmaker, the only one who's got a little bit more economy in the bank because he wants to save for the operator, and he's got a Marshall to try and pull out a kill. He spotted one player.
Here.
He's looking for something more. He knows that there might be another one. He knows that that's probably a bait setup. Namatarasu, he takes down Hellranger, and now there's Lightning Fast who pops out, and he's gonna get popped as well. It's gonna be easy cleaning up over here for the IGL of the Velocity side. As the B side, there have been reinforcements coming in, but Velocity aren't too keen on pushing them yet. Still holding on. They just want to make sure that everything is taken into account as Marzel is pushing up towards A. And if he gets this side, they know that they're going to be rotating back here, and he's going to get it. Now they're moving in, I feel, towards B, where SK Rossi is waiting for them, but pretty much, Floki, I think this round should be done and dusted. Even if they have one casualty, it's not going to be too much of a problem.
Yeah, oh my god, SK Rossi almost a number on the Matarasu. Matarasu dropped very, very low, but thankfully the heal's there to get it back up.
Planted.
And now it's just Kappa remaining to try and see if he can do some damage over to the side of Velocity. He might be good for one, but Hellfighter ducks and covers, rolls away. He's going to be able to clean him up and keep that Spectre alive into the next round as the bonus comes in for Velocity. Great stuff coming in for them, but Global Esports, this is what I was talking about. If they can get that operator up and running by round 3, then they need to be careful, because SK Rossi, this man with the operator, is just so hard to try and contend. I mean, we saw him with that operator shut down Deathmaker a couple of times. Sure, he got bested in that duel too, but he was using that operator on offense on a map like Haven and getting all those picks. I mean, if that doesn't strike fear to the hearts of Velocity, I don't know what does.
That is true, Floki. Now, SK Rossi, he's got the weapon that he wants. The weapon that Global Esports need, but he's not going to find anybody to kill. Deathmaker is causing a little bit of a trauma for Global Esports on the B side of things. A lot of utility being dropped down by the Viper over here, but Marzel, boy, he's creeped up, Floki, and he's got the better timing as well, but no, they spot him out, I feel. Skills looking in the right direction, and Marzel's going to get taken out as Lightning Fast expects him to come towards the bridge. LF now. He thought somebody's gonna come out of there, but nobody is. There's so much positional exchange going on over here, and then Hellef says he does not want to be involved in this chaos anymore, but he still finds one kill on the back of it. Gets spotted out, can get spammed as well by lightning fast. Oh, the bullets are gonna connect. He's down really low, Hellef, but he's still not afraid. He wants to go in for these fights, and he's gonna go down to cap a shock dart of all things. Now, Velocity, they move in towards B, where they've got a man disadvantage, but they still can try to work this out. It is a bonus run after all.
Absolutely. And look at that wall coming in from Matras just to secure that plant. No way they're going to be able to deal with this. Hellranger, well, can't spam the box anymore, so he's going to try and take that ball down, but still a doable situation here for Global Esports. 4v3 with the operator in hand. Deathmaker is going to be found. And now it's all down to right to Ace and Amaterasu, the two of the most experienced members on the team. And Amaterasu delivers with one kill, but that's about it. Lightning Fast was already on the defuse. Global Esports put their first one on board, and they keep the operator alive.
Ooh.
I mean, keeping the operator alive was probably the most important thing there for Global Esports. If that operator does not see the next round, then that is a big, big win for the side of Velocity, because that was their bonus round, right? This is going to be their real buy, where they actually kind of want to try and snatch this away and shut the Global Esports momentum down.
Yeah, that is true. The momentum is so far, I mean, it's too early to say who's got the momentum, because in the first 4 rounds, it's usually that 2-for-2 that goes in for both these teams. And yeah, Global Esports have taken round number 1. They're looking for more, but Velocity have got their own buy coming in, and Deathmaker is going in a little bit more aggressively. Skills has to go back. He knows that if he gets spotted out over here, he could be in a bit of trouble. So he runs back. There's a lot of utility being exchanged between the Sovas over here. The shock darts aren't connecting to anyone from both sides, and there's no exchange of damage at all. They're still waiting, Velocity. They're still holding on, and they want to try and bait out Global Esports to try and double rotate over here, try to overthink that Velocity are no longer towards A. But as soon as Capra's recon comes in, it's going to be a problem, because somebody has to break it, and they're not going to let go of this A side unless they don't get detected. And there it is. Somebody does get detected. SK Rossi fires a blank, and he gets Deathmaker. Jumps up, but there's nothing he can do about a Deathmaker. Marzel actually finds one, and there's trades going back and forth, but it's Global Esports on top. SK Rossi on top. He's getting work done while Skills is handing him a hand. And it's going to be Global to pull out the second, and Velocity have immediately lost out their momentum and their economy.
Absolutely, a very important win here for Global Esports, as they're going to be able to shut that first buy round down coming in from Velocity, but Velocity are still looking to make some hero plays happen. Double Vandals. I'm guessing everyone else is going to be playing with a Sheriff or a Spectre. Maybe right to Ace can look to pick up that Ares and do some damage with it. If he goes Light Sheets, he can maybe do something, but no, he's going to pick the Sheriff up instead. Just rely on Deathmaker and Marcel to do all the heavy lifting here. So a bit of a free round for Global Esports. But that is going to be if they find the right contact, please. The owl spots out SK Rossi, but it ends up marking Lightning Fast. Like they see both of these players here. That recon dart is also going to come through. They're just trying to bait out SK Rossi to firing that shot. But look at him. He is so patient. He knows what's coming.
He most certainly does. He spots him. Almost finds the kill. Right to Ace. Playing with SK Rossi over there. Trying to find him to give in a shot. But Marzo, unfortunately, gets spotted out on his lurk. Skills finds Hellef towards the mid position. And there's going to be no more controller utility for them. They're going to have to make do with that. Marzo still lurking around. And so is Deathmaker. Velocity are taking this a very, very stretched approach. They don't really know what to do, but they're gonna go down either way. Marzel and Deathmaker both have gone down, who are trying to find picks. And Amaterasu now facing off SK Rossi, trying to put pressure on him, but he's not taking any, but he will get taken down. He thinks about the revive for a second, then goes for it. But there's no time. There's 30 seconds, and they need to commit really quickly. Got 3 players. 2 of whom have got weapons. The Lightning Fast are on the corner, playing along with the yellow container position. Finds right to Ace, goes for another. Amaterasu takes him out. Deathmaker has the operator, but he has no time. And they even need to worry about this backstab that's coming in from Hellranger. Oh, this round is pretty much done and dusted because Amaterasu, the second he goes for that plan, That swarm grenade is gonna go out just like I said, and he's gonna have no time to do anything but probably die.
But Hellranger's there for the cleanup, and once again, a clean win coming out of Global Esports. Operator has been recovered. SK Rossi is going to be using that weapon to its fullest advantage, to its fullest potential, and now Velocity, they have a proper buy. If they got the spike down, that little force buy that they did on Marzel and Deathmaker would have been totally worth it, but hey, you still get 2 kills. It's not the end of the world. Sure, you didn't get the plant down, but now you have money, and now you can really start making your way back into this game. Global Esports, they have run away with the economy a little bit. If you quickly press tab, you see that they have a fair amount of credits in their inventory. They can still purchase a Sheriff in the next round. Maybe some Vandal here and there, much like Velocity, but I doubt they're gonna let this round slip away. This game Rossi is so aggressive with that operator. He manages to get him out the Rasu. And Hellranger is gonna try and funnel them into the A side, into the waiting arms of SK Rossi, as he's used the Viper's Spit as well as Lightning Fast Slow Off to just prevent them from pushing in here.
And now look at this guy. He's gone towards mid, and he's clearing out so many angles. He's gonna give his team an avenue to let them all stack at B when he's holding down the crossing over here. And that's exactly what they're gonna go. You can see Skills is already running up over there. Deathmaker, although he's on top of these boxes, there's an attacker. Killjoy's ultimate coming in. Velocity are trying to get Hellranger to get off of his position, which he will, but he will get detained. They're running it. Lightning Fast is not detained, and he gets 2. Sprays them down, and Deathmaker's Cloudburst proves to be his own cause of demise. Oh my god, Velocity. It's just a matter of technicality that gave you up, and now Hell Left, the last man standing, goes down to the Viper on the opposite team, and Global Esports are setting the tone for this match. They're setting the pace. They want Velocity to play on their tunes, and it looks like Velocity can do nothing but do so, because I love that Global Esports are shifting up so many different things. That positioning from Lightning Fast, though, was brilliant, and everything to top it off was Deathmaker's Cloudburst that, well, just caused him to die, because I think if they had come out without it, they would have probably got Lightning Fast in a one-on-one trade.
Oh, yeah. I mean, great stuff coming in from Global Esports once again, just to secure that buy-round win, and once again, just start snowballing that advantage. SK Rossi again with the operator, just being as annoying as he possibly could. Gets another pick to start things off, and this time, he found right to ace. No information for you, he says. Recon darts and the all drone are out of the picture.
Kappa eats a bullet.
And breaks his ankles on the way down.
Yeah. Spotting out one. LF has been spotted out. It is an eco for Velocity, so I don't think it should be much of a problem. But they're trying to make Global hurt over here. And SK Rossi, he's got a third, and he's not going to be hurting. Look at this guy. He's not afraid of anything. Jumps up straight. I wouldn't even be surprised if he just wants to go for the updraft kill. And look at that. He goes for it. How in the world? Okay, SK Rossi, I know you're excited. I know you're getting the kills, but there's a limit, my friend. The operator being retrieved, which SK Rossi unfortunately gave up, but he did his work before that. Got a 3K, and Global Esports have put up 5 on the board. And Floki, this storyline has pretty much been exactly the same as the previous map, but except it's now Global Esports doing what Velocity did to them.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess you could say it was a little bit more closer at the start, but Global Esports are just running away with this map. Velocity, they still have an opportunity here to try and make a comeback, at least put up 5 rounds on offense and then try and play out the defense, which is fairly strong. They've got the Viper, Killjoy, Sage trio, which essentially is a defensive trifecta, extremely hard to break. So, I mean, as long as they get 5, they should be able to pull together a strong defense, but at this rate, getting that 5 could be hard. Hellranger is going to get spotted out by that recon dot, but that's okay. It's just him who has been revealed so far. They still don't know the whereabouts of the other players on the map. And are they going to expect this? Yes, Marzel expects this, but he doesn't expect SK Rossi to peek on the back of that as he gets cleaned up. Hellranger spots out one, fades away into the side, and now Deathmaker, he's going to try to find an opening over here. The Owl spots out Hellranger, and he gets shot straight in the head. Because I think Deathmaker has done enough. They could go back in towards A, but they're not doing that just yet. They're actually waiting for SK Rossi to peek through, and he's going to get baited. Deathmaker's going to clean him up. Kappa lets go of the Hunter's Fury, but doesn't really find anyone. A 4v2 situation here for Velocity. And the only thing that can save GE is themselves. Amaterasu on the look, skills, the timing. Oh no, it's gonna be so good for Amaterasu. He's gonna get that kill for free. And Kappa in an impossible 1v4 does get one with the promise of a second, but couldn't really connect on that one.
5-3 now. Velocity getting finally answered back after giving away 5 rounds in a row. And Global Esports, I don't think they're gonna have a problem with that. They've got economy to let them fill themselves up to the brim of their chins. And they've done a pretty good job of putting Velocity in a point where they're pressured to do something that's gonna cost them, you know, to get that round victory as a desperate measure, right? And 5-3 now, they have built pressure, so Velocity are still going to be trying to get that round wins more so than trying to play a little bit more strategically, because they know that, you know, it's all about the rounds. They can't let the first half run away, otherwise it's going to be a lot more difficult. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, and Lightning Fast eats it, but Hellranger gets the trade-off. It's not going to matter, though, because he's going to go down to Deathmaker, and look at Marzel. This guy and his lurks are just too damn good. Somebody stop him. As the Killjoy, he's just so really good, man. I can't even imagine what he's gonna do if he starts playing a duelist full time. And so far, Velocity, they're gonna be happy with how this round's gone. But if Kappa finds a kill towards his kitchen, he could make things work, but that's not gonna happen. Marzel just too quick with his aim. And now SK Rossi left to do it all. They know that he's here probably, and they are gonna swing on him. He's gonna get one for sure. SK Rossi never goes down without one, and Marzel gets the third of his round. And Velocity are back in the game, ladies and gentlemen, 5-4, as we see now Global Esports at the bottom of the barrel in terms of economy. They can probably buy in the next round. I believe they've got 2 players who've got probably sufficient amount to drop in a couple of Spectres, I believe. But I don't think they're going to force the issue too much here, because Velocity, they've got a pretty good grasp of how exactly Global are playing now. And with the ultimates that they themselves have got, they've got the Viper Spit, they've got the Killjoy Lockdown as well. They can look to play this a little more slowly than they have in the last 2 rounds.
Absolutely, they certainly could. This time around though, SK also doesn't really have his hands on that operator, so it's going to be a little bit hard for him. Not that he didn't have the option to actually. Hellranger could have dropped him over an operator if he really wanted, but he decides not to get one instead, opting for the Vandal. Interesting approach coming in from Velocity. They fake some presence towards mid. Now they're gonna come back, creeping in towards A as they've drawn them towards that B side. Marzel in position to get that lockdown up and running, and because Kappa uses Hunter's Fury in the previous round, there is no way on earth that they can try and take that ult down. Nanoswarms will slow them down for a little bit longer, and Hellfighter is gonna make sure that they cover their entry into this site by that snake bite and the Viper Spit. But guess what, Skills? He's got his lockdown ready, and there is no ultimate on Ace to try and take this lockdown away. There's still post-plant positions available up towards better than Deathmaker. So aggressive, finds that pick, but SK Rossi also being aggressively looking to find the pick, but Lightning Fast has been taken down by someone else. 2 players have been detained. SK Rossi looking for those free picks. He spots up one, he's trying to leg him up, and he's gonna get the kill. Finds right to Ace as well, and SK Rossi has done it. It's all down to Hellfighter. Not in position for the spray down or the snake bite. The small would have prevented that from coming in. He's just looking to save that Phantom. Kappa is just gonna be the cherry on top.
Ah, Velocity. They had that in the bag, but that one Killjoy lockdown completely threw their plans in the mix, and it was grounded down to the ground. And oh my lord, honestly, I feel like Velocity could have probably utilized their Killjoy lockdown a little bit later. Maybe they could have gone in for the fight straight up, and they would have gotten around, but they wanted to make sure as an insurance policy that nobody was on site. And I know what they were thinking, and I respect that, but that one lockdown completely turned around upside down, didn't it?
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, you know, that's something that they've had to have considered. You know, they saw the lockdown on the enemy team. They still went for that play. Perhaps not the wisest of choices. I mean, if you had a Hunter's Fury, that's a different round altogether. Maybe even a Raze or so with lineups for shock darts for that lockdown or that position. You can still do that, but not in these kinds of situations. Now, Deathmaker, he's taking a big risk. He's picked up the Ultragear. He's looking to find a pick right off the bat. And SK Rossi, patient as all heck, is just going to let him stand there. He's marked his position. He's waiting for more. SK
No way.
Rossi. This is not the same animal. This is not the same person we're seeing. He's still not
Oh
gone for
my
the kill. Oh my god! Ah, SK Rossi made it a bit too long for his own good. As Deathmaker finds that kill somehow. Oh boy, SK Rossi. He's really gonna be grinding his teeth after that one.
Oh my god. I think that is one of the best things I've ever seen in the Tec Gauntlet. Deathmaker, you crazy man. And I think that should probably cause a little bit of a rift in the mind of SK Rossi, thinking, oh my god, what have I done? Velocity, they've got the A side all for themselves after just one kill. And Deathmaker leading the charge yet again with the operator, not looking the right direction. This time he will, and he gets the kill. No! Lightning Fast gets to revive as well, and then suddenly from a 4v4, it's gone to a 5v3. Marzel still on the lurk towards mid, could cause a little bit of distraction, but he's waiting for his teammates to get something done, and he's gonna get something. No! His lurk has completely been denied. 4v2, and Helef, he needs to be the hero now. He knows where these players are coming from, and he needs to find Kappa's kill. He will. 3v2, Helef looking for more success, not gonna be able to do it. There's a backstab coming as well, and Lightning Fast is gonna make sure that he counts for it. Hellranger takes him down, and a round that Velocity should have initially had in their hand has been stolen back from Global. And the starting of the round, I mean, yeah, okay, this is just insane. I don't even know what to say, man.
The best part is just SK Rossi just chilling there, you know, waiting for that second kill to come through. He's like, no, I want more.
We're just waiting, and then you get blown up in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, patience is a good virtue, but not always.
Yeah, that wasn't patience. I think that was a sin. That was sloth right there. Him not just taking that kill and backing off, dashing away instead. Well, every rose has its thorn. And sometimes, well, SK also, you gotta take the bad with the good. But you can't really blame him there. You wasn't really anticipating Deathmaker to take his knives out and go for that updraft peak. It's just unusual, right? You expect him to back off. You don't really expect him to do that, though. Listen, it's gonna be loaded. It's gonna be lightning fast using that operator. There's a Vandal that has been left there in the front that cannot be retrieved. That is really interesting.
Okay.
Coming in from the side of Velocity. This is the last round, so I understand why they've done that, but that Vandal is not coming back. Skills holding the cross, waiting for Marzel to come in. The turret spots him out. He's gonna swing with him, but
Marzel.
a Killjoy knows a Killjoy's brain. And Marzel, well, he knew what skills was up to. Amaterasu is just gonna get picked off by Kappa, holding that corner, and Lightning Fast is probably gonna put a bit of a surprise here on the side of Velocity as they see him using that operator, wards himself up and gets another pick on Deathmaker, gets a third one as well on right to ace. Lightning Fast doing his best impression of SK Rossi, just nudging him slightly and being like, you're not the only operator on the team, buddy. Marcel coming in with the lurk, doesn't matter. Lightning Fast too quick on the trigger. 8 rounds for Global Esports on this Icebox defense.
Switching sides.
My word, Global Esports, they've just fed Velocity the same medicine that they ate in the previous map. It's 8-4. It's completely identical. The way that the rounds have gone as well. It was 8-4, 7-4. It became 8-4 previously as well, Floki. And Global Esports now, they're in the lead, and now they're in the attacking. And historically speaking, it was Global Esports who've had a better attacking half on Icebox. Most of which, you know, has come in whatever victories that they've had on Icebox. Most of it has been come on the backs of them playing a really good attacking half. So now we're gonna have to see if that really is true, because if they win this one, we're definitely gonna see a bind, and that's gonna be a different case altogether. But for now, they're pushing straight in towards mid, and there's gonna be 2 people losing a little bit of HP, but they get the kill nonetheless. Marzel is in a good position, and he's not gonna get a kill. No, he will. He gets 2, whiffs a couple of bullets, but he's got the situation in control. Kappa, he's been spotted out as well. Lightning Fast is gonna give away his position, although he's on site. He can't get the plant going down, but Velocity have taken control of the situation. Kappa finds one back to try and get something done. 3v2. Lightning Fast goes down. No spike plant for Global Esports, and nothing that Kappa can do except for give away his life to Deathmaker, as we've got Velocity hitting back almost instantaneously with a pistol round that was really, it's almost like they read it perfectly, Floki. Marzel's positioning, the way that Helef went in and straight spammed through the mid position, and to get a little bit of HP damage done, and Marzo being supported over there by his teammate was, it was like Global were giving away their book and Velocity read it perfectly.
Yeah, Global Esports, they have been known to just, push mid in those first few pistol rounds, and Velocity did their homework, so they knew what was coming. Mazel, though, in that position, getting 2 kills after whiffing that first shot, didn't really expect that, so good on him for being just able to control, his taps and just getting it back on the bodies of his enemies. The nanoswarms are going to delay by enough time for everyone from Velocity to come in, except for Deathmaker, who's going to continue holding B main. And Mazel tucked away into the corner, not even really good for one, but right to Ace has found due. An equal exchange so far, a 3v3, but weapons advantage still in favor of Velocity. Kappa does some damage, but falls, and SK Rossi found Hellfighter. It's a 2v2 situation, and it's getting scarier and scarier for Velocity by the moment. SK Rossi is so aggressive, you always have to watch out for him, but he does not connect his shots. And now, Skills, well, the Soviet second time was the charm, but that's okay. Spike planted, economic damage done. Global Esports, they're very happy with this round.
Yeah. I mean, they would be happy because that they've dropped down 3 weapons and Velocity are going to be forced to, reinvest into this. And we're going to probably see Semi buy a Phantoms come across, which, well, Global Esports will obviously have the advantage against. But if Velocity choose to play on a bonus where they're going to play with pistols, I believe, no, it's not going to happen. Deathmaker's already bought up that Vandal. And Right to Ace has got his Phantom as well. And Mars is going to be investing as well. So Velocity are going all in on this Floki. This is going to be a little bit more interesting because we know that bonus rounds like these, which turn out not to be quite so much of a bonus because you invest in, could be a little, undermining because if you lose out those weapons, it's almost a 2-round eco that you have to go into.
Oh
and,
my god.
Okay.
Yep, Hellfighter. You expect 1, you expect 2, but 3, that's just not a number. You don't expect that, those many people to walk up mid, but Mazel finds 1, finds another one, and shuts down the A-push entirely. The spike has been dropped. He's under attack, but he's still holding on to his position. 3 kills for Mazel, looking for the 4th one. Deathmaker creeping in to try and help his buddy out, but that snakebite taking him down, and Hellranger will clean him up. SK Rossi has also found a pick, leaving Deathmaker in an awkward 1v2, and there's no way he wins that duel. He's getting double peaked there. Mazel made it look so beautiful for him. He's probably left scratching his head thinking, where the hell was my team in that round?
Yeah, these shots from Mars were almost effortless. The way he took care of 3 players all by himself. I think Velocity should have tried to play around him a little bit more. But it's okay. It was a bonus round, which they had forced into. So now they're going to have to be forced into an eco, rather. And they have caused a little bit of economical damage. You can see that the Bulldog has been forced out of the hand of Lightning Fast. And the economy on SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, and Skills isn't really that great. So if they lose this round, or even they die in this round, those 3 players, it's going to cause them to probably play on Spectres or maybe half armor, weapons, Vandals and Phantoms. But yeah, Velocity, they've caused damage, but they need to be careful because rounds are slipping away over here, and Global Esports look like they're on the cusp of a potential 10th, because, well, clearly the weapons at least say the same, if not for the strategies.
Absolutely. Global Esports have been on point with their Icebox attacks so far. I mean, sure, they didn't win out the first 2 rounds, but that's okay. That you always have, the bank that you've built upon, those extra rounds that you took on defense to kind of fall back on and give you a sense of security. The people who are really under pressure now is Velocity, right? Because this is potentially their last buy in this half. If they lose this one out, or rather the next one out, then they're not really going to have all that much money to work with, especially if they choose to buy pistols in this round. Some of their members will not have money. I see Deathmaker who's picked up a Coast. Everyone else has at least 2,000 credits, so they guarantee a buy for themselves in the next round and possibly a Spectre pickup in the one after that if they do end up losing. But apart from that, not doing all that well. Mazel worked wonders with the Vandal, but now it's time for his Sheriff, and it doesn't deliver. Skills, it's going to be able to clean him up. Mazel, not much he could do in that situation anyway. Lightning Fast leading the charge with the Bulldog, looking to find another play to try and secure this spot, but Heather, good positioning by him. That classic triple burst gets 1, and they slow down this push just a little bit. Just enough for Right to Ace to come in, but doesn't even sneak his way past. But look at SK Rossi holding the flank. This is not the man you expect to be this patient as he manages to find himself 2 kills They know where right to ace is, and they're just going to go all the way back towards B. Instead, no need to deal with him. And SK Rossi, he is on his case. Right to ace gets cleaned up.
Yeah.
Great round by Global Esports. They just avoid catastrophe. They take 3 rifles into the next round. The economy is doing great.
Yeah, that is true, Floki. They did avoid catastrophe completely, but again, you know, the economy is what we talked about, right? SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, and Skills were the 3 players who shouldn't have died, but 2 of them did. And the economy is not going to hit them that much. You can see that they've got drops from their teammates, so they're covered up, and that's a good thing. And SK Rossi, he's been leading the chart so far with 24 kills already, and he looks to get more as Velocity now have Thereby coming in, and Deathmaker's gonna make it count, and he's gonna get immediately taken out. Even though it's not exactly a jet div per se, but it's just enough to keep Global Esports on their toes. Velocity, they're gonna try and play this a little bit more slowly, but Global Esports continue to put the pressure as Skills puts down this lockdown, and the A side is up for grabs.
Absolutely no Hunter Fury available. They have the Viper split on Hellranger, but they've got to defend on lockdown. They have enough time to get the plant going and back off, but Hellranger is going to be detained. I think he's just going to use the Viper split post plant. No, he's actually choosing to run away. 2 players have been detained. Oh no, this is a 2v4 retake. Right to ace is moving forward. SQ is the only line of defense. They just have to the corner detain, and right to ace just cleans them up. Kappa is there to get the return, but Hellfinder let go of the ult. The spike has been defused and the round's over. And despite that initial pick that they found on Deathmaker, they cannot make it work. Oh boy, Global Esports. Sometimes they do the most absurd things and pull them off, but this time around, it doesn't happen. Once again, they made the same mistake that Velocity did. They failed to consider the opponent Killjoy's lockdown, getting forced out of the site, getting detained. And boy oh boy, that has really cost them. Hellranger, he thought he had enough time to get the plant down. I mean, in that situation, maybe he could just Viper spit and backed off, come back in for the plant post-lockdown, and just leave them confused. Well, Mazel just right away doesn't want to have anything to do with that mid-air, just sprays it down for good measure and walks away.
Global Esports are now taking this a little bit slow. They're reading the room right now, as you would say it. They've got SK Rossi pushing along with the Aldron towards B, while the Spike is lingering around just behind them. And right to ace has actually cleared out A. He might spot out... Oh, he doesn't spot out Lightning Fast. And that could be a little bit of a problem in case Global Esports decide to go back. They're clearing out every corner they can, Global Esports, and they're taking this approach really cautiously. And for good measure, too. They know that Velocity can punish them heavily if needed. Deathmaker and Amaterasu right around the corner. The wall goes up from Amaterasu and it's been broken down immediately by Hellranger. They know that the Sage is here. They know Deathmaker was here earlier as well, so they could be looking at a stack. And moving in though, Lightning Fast goes in straight, takes out that Nano Swarm, puts in his own wall, but the plan is not gonna come down. The Hunter's Fury from both sides, and so much damage gonna be exchanged. Marza gonna be the connoisseur of that. He's gonna get the first kill. Marza gets another, and he's done enough for his team. Amaterasu adds on for the third. Deathmaker for the fourth. SK Rossi looking for a comeback. Third for him. Ace clutch on the books right now if he goes for it, but he's got no time. Get that fourth. SK Rossi gonna get the plan. He dashes away. No time. Helif has done just enough to keep Velocity on the water.
Oh boy, he was so close for the ace there, but can't really get it. The only saving grace being that 4K. And you can see Global Esports is starting to get a little bit desperate over here. Velocity, like sharks, they can smell panic, they can smell blood, and they can also smell desperation. Global Esports, they've played these rounds close to the chest so far, and they've not really delivered. Lightning Fast, his wall got immediately broken down by Amaterasu, so he didn't really have that safety net of getting that spike down, and then the Hunter's Fury just finished the job, sort of. Not much he could have done there. The Viper Split was also committed, by the way, so that is also out of the picture for the side of Global Esports, as they're going to have to wait for a few more rounds to get that ult back up and running. Deathmaker, not even going to be revealed by that recall. Oh, wait, he does get revealed, but when he dashes away, that Ace goes back for the repeat and gets Hellranger, making the difference here. A 4v3 situation for Velocity, and Deathmaker is still alive on the operator.
Most certainly is. 4v3. Global Esports have no ultimates, and now it comes in. Lightning Fast goes for the revive, and Hellranger is back on track, ladies and gentlemen. Now we might just have a really interesting round, because look at where Helif is. He's pushed up all the way towards A main, and he knows it's not A. He's told his teammates to stick at B. Don't worry about it, guys. I got this covered. Marzel's turret is looking towards mid, so Velocity pretty much have the entire map under their control. And the only thing that could mess up is probably one wrong kill going against them. Deathmaker could be that one unless he finds one himself. Oh boy, Deathmaker gets a third, and he's looking for more. Right to ace along the side of him, in the site, deep in, tries to break the wall, and Deathmaker waiting for somebody to jump up, finds Lightning Fast jumping up, but it's not gonna get the kill. He's just giving out these blank shots that's probably scaring Global Esports. But Lightning Fast is undeterred. He goes in fast. He gets a kill. Gets a second. No, Marza's gonna help out right to ace. And the plan has gone down. But it's not gonna be enough, Global Esports, is it? 3v2. They've got Hellranger already less than half HP. He needs to be careful, but he gets a kill anyway. 2v2. Positions revealed. Global Esports, they've got two players really experienced. Are they gonna win this one out? Yes, they are.
And that's why you resurrect the captain.
Have to agree, Floki. That's exactly why you respect the captain.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a tough call to make for Lightning Fast. Do you resurrect the star fragger, or do you resurrect the brains behind the team? He chose the latter, and it paid off. Made all the difference. 11-8 now in favor of Global Esports and Universe. This is starting to get a little bit difficult here for Velocity. They don't have a bye. If they let this round go, they're going to be playing for overtime. And I think that might be the wiser choice here. Instead of trying to force a Spectre or a Stinger into this round, I think they have a much better shot of just picking up just letting this round go. Get a Sheriff here and there, just try to do some economic damage. Maybe you can carry a rifle over into the next round. Because if you look over to Global Esports, some of the players don't really have the best amounts of money. Sure, Hellranger has 4,000, you've got 4,000 on skills as well. But if you manage to get a pick on SK Rossi, Kappa, or Lightning Fast, that's at least a couple of rifles being denied. Not sure. This is a hard call to make. And I think Global Esports and their timeout, it's also going to help Velocity sort of discuss what they want to do going into this one.
Yeah, could just help them out. Long term, they really need to try and make this round work for them. Velocity, no matter how it is, whether it's a thrifty like the ones they pulled off in Haven on the attacking side, or a couple of kills that need to go their way as a group, they just need to make something work, as we are so far out of the map right now.
Absolutely, Kappa. Start things off with this Ultragear, just to try and spot anyone out being a little bit cheeky with a Bucky or a Shotty or a Judge. Take your pick of shotgun. And he doesn't spot anything. SK Rossi. He's playing patience, necessary patience in a round where kind of just need to make sure they don't take any unnecessary casualties. The recon not going to reveal anyone playing towards on the rafters, and it doesn't spot anyone. They know where they all are. Hellranger going to find the first pick. Lightning Fast though. Got caught out with the slow, but still survived. Right to ace couldn't really finish him off. And the plant still not going down. Deathmaker, they're coming in for the huge flank. There is a turret watching him. But he's going to be able to sneak past it. Oh no, they might not see this coming. SK Rossi gonna find Marzel, and at this point it's all down to Deathmaker. Skills is aware of what his turret can and cannot see, and he's gonna get the pick.
Match point.
12-8, match point up now for Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm still not sure whether or not Velocity can pull this back. They have potential, they can. We've seen them do it time and time again, but they need to play like every round is the last round. And that sort of pressure kind of makes you, feel like you want to do something different. And that different is what might just cause your demise. And now Velocity, they're close. They're not too far away. They put up 12-9. They put up 12-10. They're close enough, but it's still so far away. Amaterasu for a different approach, going towards mid in the tubes as he's getting baited out by his own team. And Hellranger puts down his Viper Spit in a really precarious position, and Right Trace takes him out. And Global Esports are falling apart. Velocity playing this to the T, are getting every single kill they can, and Lightning Fast looks in the wrong direction. Fields runs to it, Marzel's crosshair, and right to ace, pulls out a flawless round for his team. What a round, Floki. What the hell just happened? I mean, I don't know why Hellranger committed that Viper's Pit over there. Maybe it was for his team to cross bind to the A side from, you know, that avenue towards mid, but I don't really know what exactly happened. It was kind of a haze.
Hey, I'm just as baffled as you, man. I don't know why that happened there either. Hellranger used that Viper's Pit in a bit of an awkward position. I guess what he was trying to do, like you mentioned, is just make sure that there's no rotations coming in from the enemy team from that mid area and that he has complete control. Allows his team to just sort of strong arm their way into his side while he cuts off mid. Potentially catches someone looking in for Kitchen as well, but this time around, Matras is the one holding Kitchen. And lightning fast punches the fact that there was no wall. The Deathmaker is going to be able to find one pick in return though. Equalizes the situation, but SK Rossi is still in there. They know that he's still there. Hellfighter is going to have to let go of both the snake bites to prevent the push from coming in. Right to Ace, shot darts at the ready. Don't really connect on SK Rossi though. He's going to be good for the pick, and Marzel is going to get cleaned up by Hellranger as Kappa finds another Deathmaker. Still keeping velocity in this game. 12-9 now. He needs to find 2 more picks to clutch this one out. Otherwise, we're going to be going towards bind. Velocity, not quite sure they're good enough for Global Esports' bind. Deathmaker, he has snuck past Hellranger. Hellranger does not know, but I think he's going to give away the sound. And now Hellranger knows where Deathmaker is. They both know his positioning. A lot of HP to work with though. 120 to be precise, but Hellranger has the angle.
Deathmaker.
Oh no.
On for the ace clutch now. He's got Kappa to find. Experience versus raw aim. What's gonna win out over here? Spots him out. Deathmaker is gonna let him plant because he knows that he needs to get it down, Kappa. Now it's time for the mind games. Positional mind games. And Deathmaker might just win this one. He does not have an idea where Kappa is. He looks in the wrong direction. It could be all over. And he's just playing now the patience game, and so is Kappa. Kappa knows he does not need to give up his position, and he's gonna win it for Global Esports. It's gonna be 13-9. Global Esports take us to bind, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna see a third map, which is courtesy when both of these teams are on the server. So yeah, Floki, it's been a hell of 2 matches. We've seen some pretty crazy moments across both of these games, and it's been rather, you know, I want to say some points hilarious when we remember that Deathmaker moment with SK Rossi, but the tactical prowess of Global Esports, where, you know, that round where Lightning Fast revived Hellranger, and they got that round against Velocity, where it almost looked like they shouldn't have gotten that round, was just amazing. So, like you said, you know, reviving the captain was a good choice, and I think that sort of set a tone. And even though Velocity did put a foot back in the right direction, Global Esports immediately made them regret it as they put the pressure on, got him at the Rasu early on in the run. And even though Deathmaker had everything that he could do in his hands, Kappa was just in a pretty good position, and his trigger discipline to hold on to that position and fire it at the right time faster than Deathmaker was just too good. And that's how Global Esports end the story with a 13-9 scoreline on Icebox, pulling out Velocity's map as both these teams take out each other's maps. And now we go into the bind, Floki. What do you think? What's going to happen?
No idea. I mean, I've never seen these teams, go at it on bind. Although bind is a map I've seen Global Esports play and Velocity play. I've just not seen them played against each other. So there's really not that much to go off of here. But
yeah,
if I have to give someone the edge, I would say Velocity because their bind has looked very convincing at times. Global Esports, though, I mean, I must say, man, what a game by them on Icebox. Absolute destruction. They owned the defense completely. They totally clapped Amaterasu as soon as they saw Tube was open. I mean, Lightning Fast and SK Rossi is like, well, Tube is involved up. Guess we're pushing Tube now. And they just go and completely destroy Amaterasu, and the round just falls apart from there for Velocity. Deathmaker did his bit. You know, Deathmaker really had some good moments in this game.
Yeah.
Some of them being hilarious ones, as you mentioned earlier. But, there's only so much one man can do. Everyone else from Velocity needs to sort of step up and start doing the heavy lifting too. Are they going to do that, though? We still have one more map to find out. That's fine. But we're going to be cutting to a short break with a word from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Bind in just a bit. You're watching LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Gauntlet Season 2, powered by WB Black and AMD Ryzen Radiant. We'll be back in just a bit.
Hey, South Asia Valorant players, I'm Sean Garris.
It's Kusta.
And Michael from Genji Valorant here with some really exciting news.
We have teamed up with LG Ultragear and the Esports Club for Season 2 of the Gauntlet.
The winner of Tec Gauntlet Season 2 will receive an exclusive one-on-one mentoring session with our Valorant team to help identify areas of improvement in their game to prepare for a higher level of gameplay.
In addition to that, we're going to be reacting to some of the top plays throughout this competition. Guys, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so make sure you don't miss out on this. Good luck to everyone competing from everyone here at Genji Valorant.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Gauntlet Season 2, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one's going to be Universe. Well, we got what we asked for. The first map, Global Esports' pick, Haven, went the way of Velocity. The second map, Velocity's pick, Icebox, went the way of Global Esports. What's next? I don't know, but I'm really interested to find out because Bind is a map that we have seen both of these teams play, just not against each other. And Universe, I really don't know what to expect for this one. I'm guessing double initiators. I'm guessing there's going to be a Breach plus a SOA for Global Esports. But I don't know what Velocity are going to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, I really have no idea what's going to go down. Bind is a map that I think both of these teams have been particularly good at. But I would want to say that it's been more so Global Esports than Velocity because... on this map, you know, Velocity have had a lesser of a success rate than Global. Global have won 73% of the times that they've played Bind. That is 26 maps, out of which they've won 19. Whereas Velocity have actually won 11 out of the 18 maps that they've played. So I'm not quite sure how exactly this is going to turn out. It could be one of the days where Velocity completely throw a bone into the structure of Global Esports and make them think what the hell this is, or it could be Global Esports continuing their, you know, pretty good run on Bind, and that's for us to see because, like you said, Floki, we've seen Global Esports on this map and they've been pretty good. We've seen Velocity on this map and they've been just as good, but against each other, this is a map that they've played really less of, and today is going to be one of those times where we're going to see them throw in a tactical warfare on one of the most dynamic maps on Valorant, which has no mid, just a teleporter for the name of mid, if at all we have to consider that.
Absolutely. It's probably one of the most interesting maps and probably one of the only maps where your executes are really tested. I mean, you know, can you get in position to get those smokes out? You know, what does your post plant look like? How do you clear a site? Where do you get the information from? Where do you push? Where do you look? All really, really big questions that need to be answered when we go into Bind. And with that said, let's jump to the agent selection screen because we are ready to see what these guys are going to pick up. And with that, Hellranger does not disappoint. He picks up that Breach. Guess we're going to be seeing some stuns and aftershocks and some flashes coming in.
Well, certainly are. Marzo, what are you flirting with, my boy? KO, Yoru, what do you want to go for? Go on, surprise us. I wouldn't mind seeing one, but I really hope that he's going for another initiator, which could be... Oh, boy. Oh, it is a KO. Okay. Velocity. Surprising us. A first KO pick for Velocity, I believe. I don't think we've seen them play before. And Marzo, of all people, probably the most versatile player on the team, is going to be picking it up, and he's going to be going at it. And now things are getting spicy. Now you can see me rubbing my hands together just because it's getting a lot more interesting. And I don't know if Global are going to expect this or what exactly Velocity have prepared in their minds to play that KO. But I really, really hope that their dual initiator of KO and Sova is as good as the dual initiator of Sova and Breach, because there is the same controllers, there's the same duelist as usual. And we're going to jump into game to see how exactly, or if or not, this KO on the hands of Marzel is going to make a difference.
Absolutely. This KO is going to be something you really need to look out for. The suppressors can catch you off guard if timed very well, but how is he going to use them? They're going to be used for information? Are they going to be used for the suppress? Are they going to be used to just, well, you know, find out if there are any people playing that particular area to clear it out and maybe get some space for yourself right off the bat? Well, offense is the best defense at Global Esports. SK Rossi dashes out towards a shot. No one is there, so the backstab is going to be coming through. Kappa single-handedly shuts down right to Ace and Deathmaker towards Gardens, and Marzel looking to clean up 48 points of life. Can Kappa deliver? He finds another one. A 4K for Kappa! Oh my god, right off the bat, Global Esports completely demolished them. Hellfighter gets one. Kappa looking for the ace, cannot find it. Hellfighter denies him. And he has 50 points of life. The aftershock gonna be a big thought in his side, and Skills is there to get him as well. Global Esports, they do not let Velocity get away with anything at all. Kappa shuts everyone down.
What the hell?
Oh my god, look at that.
They didn't even expect him that he's going to be in that left side corner. They just went straight out. Look at this. They went straight out towards B-Long thinking he's going to be out in the open. But he was inside the cubby position. and the Octagon just threw them in the mix. They didn't know where to enter, where to exit, and they got their heads blown off. And Global Esports, on the back of Kappa, who pretty much is the dad figure for anybody and everybody in the esports scene, is going to take care of 4 of them. Lightning Fast immediately going to add on to that kill tally. He gets Marzel down, even though he was suppressed. Doesn't matter. Now Global, they've got what they need in terms of manpower. They got what they need in terms of weaponry. They just need to wait for Velocity to come in and give their lives to them. Because if they make a little bit of an extra push, they might just find themselves in a position where they do not want to give away any sort of advantage to Velocity. SK Rossi fires a bit of a blank mag towards the A-short position, which he's receiving as well. And Hellranger actually spots out Deathmaker. Skills takes out Hell on the other side of the map, though. So Velocity are falling apart one by one in this eco round. But yeah, this round is pretty much done in dust, Floki, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much show on. Unless if someone managed to find Hellranger, then maybe they actually stand a chance. But it's going to be super hard to push out of that cubby. You're going to need shock darts. Well, the recon will have to do when you don't have the shock darts, but Lightning Fast has him covered. Hellranger will get right away. So Matarasu holding the flank, looking to take out SK Rossi. SK Rossi just running and gunning. The breach stun has come through. And SK Rossi will peek out with the confidence of 1,000 lions as he takes him out.
Yeah. Global Esports, indeed, they have put a lot of aggressive push in the really early stages of this map here, Floki. And they've got success, and they've got 2 really good rounds at the back of it. So they're going to be playing on this bonus now that's going to allow them, for all of their plays, except for SK Rossi, who's already picked up the operator, by the way. Things are getting already spicy. Now, I don't know if Velocity are going to expect this, because he's pushing in deep. And Velocity, they're going for a shower push, and Deathmaker's going to find success. Skills gets a little too aggressive, and there's going to be no more Astra utility to play with. As Amaterasu is actually expecting this, and he tells Right to Waste probably to drone towards his A-short position, because if Right to Waste actually peeks this out, he might be in the risk of giving away his life. And there it is, the drone comes out. SK Rossi definitely gonna get spotted over here. He gets tagged down, dashes away, knows better. Velocity are so aware of this. They know exactly what's happening.
Wow.
SK Rossi survives by the skin of his teeth yet again, as they're putting on pressure towards A, while Marzel finding success towards B. He's behind this orb of the Viper. Lightning Fast could throw them off a little bit, because that Spectre in that range is a really good weapon. SK Rossi actually finds Marzel rotating towards B, but that leaves the A side open for business, and Hellranger is the only one to stop it. And now Amaterasu knows exactly where he is. Velocity need to play this quick, Floki, or else they're probably going to be in a world of trouble.
30 seconds left.
Yep, they certainly are. Hellranger can delay them with his flashes, but thinks better of it. Knows he might get peeked, but SK Rossi has him covered. He takes out Deathmaker, blinds himself, Hellranger. A bit too eager to get the peek, but SK Rossi has him covered once again with the operator. A 3K for him, looking for the 4K. Give this man the ace. Don't deny him, he will get the ace. As SK Rossi just shuts everyone down on the side of Velocity. The first buy-on going the way of Global Esports.
There it is. Finally, he gets the ace. We've been calling him 4K Rossi, 3K Rossi for a long time now. I don't remember the last time I saw him get an ace with an operator, but there it is. He gets one with it. One of his favorite weapons, that's for sure, and he's gonna be happy with that. Velocity completely shut down, even though they could have put the pressure on, Hellranger over there. I think that, you know what, if they had put a little bit more pressure onto Hellranger in U-Haul position, they should have just pushed into him with, a 2-man or a 3-man push. I think that the A side would have been a lot more easier for them to grab, but they just played it a little bit more strategically, and although that slow approach got them the side, it didn't get them the round. And now Global, they're gonna punish them for it, and SK Rossi continues his rampage.
Absolutely great coordination there by Hellranger as well as SK Rossi. SK Rossi, of course, giving him the information that there's a player in the cubby. And Hellranger forcing him out with the aftershock. And now Lightning Fast looking to make a play with the gravity well. But look at Right to Ace. He's going to stand his ground and he's going to find another. Skills has also been taken down this A side. Sort of being busted right open here. But Hellranger's here. in heaven, looking to shut this down. Okay, Kappa letting go of that ultimate. Doesn't really find right to ace, doesn't connect on anyone. That KO knife ends up finding SK Rossi, so his position has been revealed. And Hellranger, he needs to enter here, doesn't really spot anyone down there, but that box is still spammable and right to ace. He learned that the hard way. Marzel holding on, has a sheriff in his hand. Damage done, gets SK Rossi down to 20 HP, but can't really finish him off. Matarasu blind as a bat, and Hellranger will find that kill at last. Oh boy, Global Esports, once again, great stuff by them. Right to ace. Almost did all the heroics there, but the side of Global Esports, they stabilize.
Ah, they more certainly do. They've got a 4-round lead on Velocity, and they're looking to make that a lot more. It is a jump that Velocity should be taking care of really soon, because if Global run away with at least the first 6 rounds here, Floki, it's going to cause a lot of trouble, because we know that every round that Velocity lose, on the back of it is an eco just, you know, lurking around behind them. Because their economy is down to the bits, and they have only like a 1 round, 1 eco, 1 round, 1 buy round, 1 eco kind of a buy right now. It's not really good. They need to do something different.
Okay.
There are 2 players I think that Marcel has found out, and that is both the initiators, Kappa and Hellranger.
He just found Kappa. He did not see
Oh.
Hellranger on that night.
Oh,
so
my bad.
yeah, that's okay. But the drone got taken out, though. That's what's more interesting about it. So the information has been denied, and now you can see Hellranger trying to set him up. That stun lands perfectly, and SK Rossi's covering Kappa's cross. Great teamwork coming in from Global Esports, and this is why these guys need to be feared. The way they play off of each other is absolutely beautiful. A thing of beauty. Right to ace. Nice shock dart. It is going to tag up skills a little bit, or did it? I don't think it did, actually. Lightning fast. This is not going to be a position that Ace is going to expect. See if he checks it. Skills gets a little bit of a tag up, but looks like VLT will still be able to get the plant down. The silver lining is there, but not much else. The clouds, they're still gray. And guess what? Skills, he's going to be taken down. Can get a 2v4, but it's a super hard position to try and defend the spike from Hellranger. Still's got 1 flash and the fault line and the ready. Does not catch Hellfighter in it though, and Hellfighter is gonna take it down, but Kappa gets Amaterasu through his own. No wait, that's actually Hellranger's one. Sorry, Lightning Fast's one way, as Spike is gonna be defused, and Hellranger starting to work towards that Rolling Thunder already. And this is what we like to see. Global Esports 5-0 as Velocity struggled to get a single round on road.
Oh, a game that I really thought that Velocity would have a little bit of a say in. At least I thought this first half would definitely... I knew that the first half was going to go in Global's way because their defensive side on Bind is probably one of the best, if not the best, in this region. And they put up quite a bit of a show. 5-0 so far. Velocity yet again on an eco. Sorry, a desperate buy, as in what we can see. They've got another do or die situation, because if they lose this, yet again another eco, and I'm pretty sure they don't want that. Kappa gets spotted out, and here comes the Hunter's Fury from right to ace. He throws it in, and Deathmaker's gonna finish him off. Finally, Velocity have the lead in the early stages of a round, and SK Rossi misses his shot. He's in deep trouble, but he takes care of at least one. Deathmaker goes down, Marzo finds him back. Skills comes on with lightning fast and Hellranger towards the hookup position.
Spike planted.
Now they've got a 4v3, which Velocity desperately need to defend.
Absolutely nice wipe split for lightning fast. That's actually going to help them get into the site. Flash coming in from Hellranger as well. Skills takes down Marzel, but they're getting sucked in by the gravity well. Can't really move in just yet, and Hellfighter does not feel like getting in there. Viper Spit is a dangerous proposition. Amaterasu also spots them out, but Lightning Fast is going to be able to take him out through the Viper Spit right away, just lining everyone up. And Hellfighter is going to get Lightning Fast as well. Velocity, they come back hard. They're going to be able to take 2 rifles into the next round, but this buy, or this win, it really hurts their economy, because now they no longer have max loss bonus. It has been reset. Sure, they're going to get themselves enough money for a buy in this round, but if they lose this one, they're back in deep waters.
Yeah, that is true. Velocity Gaming really need to capitalize on the back of this round. They've got weapons still to work with, even though there were a couple of people who were dropped. And they're forced to play on half armor, and that's Deathmaker and Marzel. They need to make sure that they don't lose out their weapons this round, because economical damage is something that they cannot afford. It's not a luxury that's available for them right now. Lightning fast. And across that wall of his. Could prove to be a menace, but he chooses to go back. Good decision by him, because if he'd given up his life, A side would be really vulnerable for Global Esports. And here comes the ultimate. Here's the Chaos ultimate, and now we move in. Hella finds Lightning fast, and utility no more a problem for Velocity. One of them has been gone against the teleporter. I think that's somebody who died. Wait, nobody went to teleporter. Oh, it was SK Rossi.
Wait a second.
I'm not quite sure what just happened.
I don't know. Hellranger lets go of the ultimate that prevents the plant from coming in, but Deathmaker still there standing strong. SK Rossi finds Mazel stunned to oblivion, and Skills finds Deathmaker in return. Matarasu sneaking around from the defender spawn area, but SK Rossi has it under control. Not too sure what happened there. They did not get the plant down in time. Suppress, it went through. I don't even know what the hell happened. I mean,
Yeah, I have no clue. It was like a haze to me, back and forth and back and forth.
Here's what happened, right? So the suppress comes through from Mazel. He's got everyone on site. No one has any utility remaining except for the Jet. But even then, even despite having them all the utility in the world to work with, they don't plant the spike. Instead, they try to get some lamps control, which gets snake-bited off by Hellfighter himself. It's a bit of a miscommunication there, and then by the time Mazel goes to plant the spike down, Suppress has gone away, so he just gets beat and absolutely destroyed. I mean, Velocity just sort of dug their own grave there a little bit.
Yeah, that is true. They need to be a little bit more careful about the way they're playing. Lightning Fast is just jiggling so that he can throw down that snake bite and delay these VLT pushes that have been coming towards Showers for quite a few rounds now. And Deathmaker's trying to make one again. Lightning Fast. He does not want to give this up at all. Look at these two players. They're just jiggling across the screen from each other.
Yeah, they're in a
hilarious moment. Yeah, and now Lightning Fast decides to go otherwise. He goes in for it, and he's actually gonna get the kill. Deathmaker! He had the dash, but he did not want to give away the sound cue of being there. And he gets punished for it. Amaterasu, in a desperate attempt to find this round for his team, is gonna put down the Viper's Pit. And here comes the knife from SK Rossi. Now Velocity, although they have map control, although they have a lot of time to plant the spike, they're being a little cautious about it. They don't want to tread into uncharted waters, and Marzo might just find one. He will find Skills in his yoga position, but the rest of Skills' team is going to take care of Velocity. Helef, oh no, he's caught in a position where he's left nothing but to die. And 7-1 now. Global Esports are showing their domination here, Floki, and it's beautiful. I love what Global Esports are doing, but you gotta feel for Velocity, man. They're trying so hard, but nothing is working out for them. It's like Hellranger is literally laid down the book in front of his teammates, the book which is called Velocity Gaming, and they're just reading them letter by letter, and every single letter is just giving away everything that Velocity is doing, and there's no counter to anything at all.
Absolutely. Hellranger just reading the book in 72 font size, capital letters, bolded, and just sees every single play that Velocity are making. So Velocity are really struggling to get anything on board, and SK Rossi once again catches them off guard with the cheeky position, but Muzzle has had enough. He's tired of this. He's gonna find another pick, and sure, SK Rossi gets the trade, but Hellfighter is there to cover. And finally, a winning position for Velocity for the first time in a lot of rounds. Lightning Fast gonna let go of the poison orb, but walking through it causes his own demise as he learns the hard way. Hellfighter takes him out there, and Skills coming in with the backstab, but a 1v3 situation is gonna be super hard for him to pull this one off. Has all the stars at the ready, so he could create an opportunity for himself, but really gonna be a Herculean task to clutch this one out.
That is correct. He's a Hercules for sure. Is he gonna be one over here in this round, though, is a question. He takes out one. 1v3, still doable, which has been brought under 1v2, but the time has ticked far too much for him to try and get this round. But what he can do is cause economical damage, and he will. All the players of VLT have fallen, even though they've got the round. It's 7-2 now, ladies and gentlemen. And Global Esports are not gonna be sad about that round, because If they've taken on Velocity's players all to the ground, look at their economy. Look at it, Floki.
And their money is.
Yeah, they're just completely down dusted. It's no more than 4,000 creds for anybody over here. They're gonna have to force into a little bit of lesser utility or a little bit of lesser armor, and that's just not good when you're going up against a fully stacked global esports. And it just looks to get worse and worse every second, even though they won the round.
Absolutely. I mean, global esports just giving us a masterclass in just how to punish exactly. And yeah, even though Velocity won the round, they won the battle, they're probably gonna lose the war given the way global esports are playing this. Well, those snake bites have been used fairly early on, and Lightning Fast found Mazel, so that's the one thing that they're working with. But look at Deathmaker being someone. Lightning Fast is good for 3 somehow. Deathmaker, he gets the kill, he dashes away back to safety, but you still have 3 global esports members to contend with. Right to Ace.
Oh man.
On the back of that orb, he does get the ultimate. There is hope, but he needs to wait for that recon to come back online, and then maybe he can find a pick on the back of that Hunter's Fury. And that is assuming Deathmaker doesn't die first.
Yeah, because he's on 35 HP, and that Hunter's Fury, if Right Race chooses to drop it down, needs to be pinpoint perfect to get at least 1 kill, and maybe damage another if he's lucky. Otherwise, I don't see Velocity winning this in any stretch of the imagination that we all know. There are 2 players towards A, and they're playing so passive. Look at where they are, Floki. They're caring about the defensive side push. They're caring about defensive spawn push, whereas the plan is going down already, and here comes the Hunter's Fury. Kappa, he misses his shot, but Hellranger's not gonna miss. He takes down Deathmaker with just a bullet, and that's all he needed.
Oh no,
and that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. Right to Ace, as much as you can do, my friend. Time has gone far too much for you to get this round into your bag, and it's 8-2. And the reminisce of a scoreline that I genuinely hate. It's almost like how I remember watching Bayern Munich take down Barcelona 8-2 on that night of the UEFA Champions League. And it looks like global esports are being that bully of a Bayern Munich right now.
I mean, 8-2 in favor of global esports. I mean, this is just bullying at this point. You know, the big bad breach on global esports is giving them veggies left, right, and center, and it doesn't seem that Velocity have any sort of answer for it. They can't fight back. They're the scrawny kid in school who's getting picked on. But maybe they can do something if they get the scoreline up to 8-4. Maybe there's a possibility there.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so hard. You just got sheriffs in this round, and some of them don't even have sheriffs. I see 3 classics, just 1 sheriff and 1 coast to work with those types of weapons that they have. Skills. Nice gravity. Well, that's actually going to prevent them from getting the plant down. Looking to spam through the box. Doesn't really connect all that much, and they're actually still quite healthy. All the members on Velocity still alive. Nice flash coming in from Mazel to get a better position, but it doesn't matter. Hellranger will be able to take down Hellfighter, showing them who's the better Hell Warrior, and Skills finds Mazel as well. 3v2 situation now. The spike is planted, so this is about as good as it gets for Velocity. But Deathmaker in a good position. Could do a lot of work. Ends up getting blinded. Madra, so nice dink by him, but everyone within a second bites the dust. Kappa gets his. Hellranger found his as well, and Skills got his kill too. Every single player on the side of global esports, all the kills in the world, and Velocity, they have no answers. I mean, 9-2 now. If they can get to 9-3, they'll at least have the fates on their side, the fabled, cursed scoreline, as we often like to say, but I am not really sure if that is a situation where you can do all that much work. By the way, if you press tab real quick, SK Rossi, he's got 17 kills in 1 half.
Yeah.
Think about that. Throws down the judge, just in case the operator doesn't do all that much work for him. He has another weapon to fall back on. But for now, let's try and make something happen with a one-shot machine. A very slow approach coming in from Velocity. Spike drop towards B Link. They have pretty much no map control whatsoever. They're just looking to maybe catch someone from Global Esports off guard. Anyone who sticks their head out to try and see what's going on. Kappa gets spotted out on the back of the Owl drone, so does SK Rossi, and there you go. You got the information now what do you do with it? That's the question. You could choose to push, or maybe you could try and make something happen on A. You spotted out the Sova and the Jet. Sure, you didn't see that Hellranger as well as Lightning Fast is still on this side, but odds are A is your best shot, and they seem to realize that. They know that they could potentially have rotated in on the back of that owl drone and that control that Marvel has found for himself. He's gonna let go of that explosive charge to make sure no one can push it from bathroom. That suppression helps him just get that side control, so Skills can't really do anything with those gravity
30
wells.
seconds left.
Can call back some of his stars, try and make something happen here, but Velocity, they still haven't planted the spike, so they know that they are actually running in to get to the A side. Now the plant goes down, they're gonna start coming in. Mazel
Spike
peeks his head out, gets it blown clean off by Hellranger. Spanking of the highest orders delivered straight to Mazel as Lightning Fast raiding around the triple box. Trying to catch anyone coming out from labs. He spots one out but can't really connect. Gets Hellfighter eventually, but right away has found Kappa. Definitely through the smoke finds Eskiro. The Orbiter being taken out. Hellranger will be good for one. Nice ult coming in from Kappa, though that is... Well, no, that's actually right to Ace's ultimate. They get the third round on board. Great stuff coming in from Velocity. They stem the bleeding a little bit, but 9-3, man. It's... I mean, 8-4 is a hard scoreline. 9-3 is nigh impossible.
Yeah, it definitely is not impossible, given that I think Velocity should be banking upon the fact that there is the curse working in their favor. I really hope they believe in the curse and they try to pull this back, because I would want to see a comeback from the boys in black and yellow. And now, Velocity, they need to win this pistol round, Floki, and they need to win it just like how Global Esports won it on the back of Kappa getting the 4K. Because they need a dominating start to this half. And if they don't, they give up a couple of people, then that economical thing is going to hurt them just as much in the long run as it did now. And just like I talk about it, Deathmaker is going to make sure that my words come out to be true. He gets another. SK Rossi goes to hell. And so does Lightning Fast. And look at this Velocity. Love it.
Yeah, Kappa. Just doing tricks with the butterfly knife at this point, because that's pretty much all he can do.
You know, I think about it. Kappa is doing exercises for his hands, you know, because he needs to be flexible and all to catch the shock darts and, you know, everything.
Okay, cool.
So he's just flexing the butterfly knife to show his flexibility of his fingers. Because all of his teammates just died right in front of his eyes in a couple of seconds, so there's nothing he could do. And Velocity have put up 4th on the board now, Floki, so they're gonna have the 5th run as much as I would like to believe, because I know that Global Esports will not have a bye, but they've chosen to force it. All right, let's go. Let's go. They've forced it. We can see there is a Spectre, a Judge, 2 Spectre. Yeah, they're forcing it. Let's go. Okay.
Hey, I mean, when you're this far ahead, why not, you know? I mean, what do you really have to lose? This is what you put the cushion for. It doesn't matter whether you win by an inch or a mile. All that matters is you win, and Deathmaker is not going to let that happen just yet. He knows they're bought, and look at that. Lightning Fast actually gets a sick headshot, but right to Ace is there to cover. He's actually snuck into bathrooms again. You might not expect this, but Kappa does. Kappa actually bests right to Ace, and that's so what if right then. SK Rossi finds Deathmaker with a classic. The plant goes down. That's really what Global Esports want. Nice knife coming in from Mars. I do believe it ended up suppressing Kappa, so doesn't kind of any recon darts available. He's even completely shut down. Thanks to that fragment being laid down by Marzel, but the aftershock's gonna force him to peek out. And guess what? Hellranger, he's gonna meet his maker there. As Marzel takes him out, but Amaterasu, he's got the situation under control. Velocity, they get the 5th round. They really need these rounds, because otherwise they're gonna be going to the lower bracket where, yeah, you're pretty much fighting for survival at that point. It's no longer a show of dominance, but show of survival. It's going to come down to you being conservative, just trying to stretch it out and make your way to the grand final, so you can really try and unleash the hell that you created in the lower bracket. But quite sure, neither Velocity nor Global Esports want to be in that position. Well, they got the spike down, so the good news is they can again do a weird force buy. You know, a couple of them could potentially buy frenzies and light armor, but I see SK Rossi. I see he's picked up the Judge. I know what's going to happen. And yeah, Global Esports going to be playing their sort of second force coming in. This is okay. This is fine. SK Rossi has the Judge in his hand. Nice flash, but Hellfighter gives him the return treatment with the judge as he finds him, and right to ace gets Hellranger as well. So no more flashes, no more stuns. Guess what? Right to ace, he's posted up towards bathrooms, just waiting for the push to come in. Spots one out, and just like that in a flash, the round is over. Velocity, they take this one. 6-9, they're still alive. Still breathing.
Still breathing indeed, and they need to put a little bit more oxygen into their bodies if they have to get this at least to level terms. And by what I mean by getting oxygen is by getting a couple more rounds, because if they give out this one to Global, it's gonna be a hell of a road to come down upon and try to get that comeback from happening. But Global Esports, they have a fully kitted buy. It doesn't even matter that SK Rossi bought in that judge. He's still got a Vandal in his hands to work with, even though he does not have the operator. But Velocity actually have two judges in play over here, as Deathmaker goes in for an aggressive push. This could prove to be a little dangerous for SK Rossi if he chooses to move in towards that hookah position. He's got Amaterasu waiting on the other end, spams a couple of bullets. Amaterasu misses it clean. He's just banking upon the fact that somebody walks into his crosshair. That big dog Zero, and he's gonna get the kill. It doesn't matter that he is completely suppressed and concussed. He's gonna get the kill anyway, and he even dodges the aftershock, not scratched even one bit. And now it's right to ace trying to go for the aggressive push, and he gets taken out single-handedly, obviously. Against the Vandal, the Spectre is not going to reign supreme, and now Deathmaker, to hold on to this A side all by his lonesome, has to make sure that it works out. That recon, I don't think hit properly by Kappa, was meant to go inside U-Haul, I believe, but Global Esports have already made their way in here. Deathmaker needs to be careful. He could get shot on. Marzo comes to his cover. He does not see him, but now he gets him. The Spectre gets the kill on the lightning fast, but Skills is quick on the trade. Amaterasu finds Hellranger towards B, and there's no more B side to worry about. And Deathmaker finds one. He's done enough, I feel. The 1v2, Skills is good enough, but I don't think his health is gonna allow him to be good enough. But you can never count out the man. 46 HP, has the Cosmic Divide available. No more stars. He's gonna play around the green boxes. Can get spammed down upon, but I think he's gonna wait for the tap. Nobody's gonna check him here unless he peeks out himself. Hellup still with a judge, and that range is not gonna be pretty great, but he's gonna go for the tap. He should be, at least to jiggle him out. He has an idea. Skills might be here, and they've read it perfectly, VLT. What a round by them. They are gonna get the bonus, Floki, and they're back in this game. The 9-3 curse is standing upon its feet slowly.
Well, you said it best, Universe. The 9-3 curse. You always have to remember the curse. You may not believe it, but it doesn't matter. If you believe in the curse or not, it does strike. And now Velocity, well, they are in a spot to take this series. And Global Esports, well, they're gonna have some nightmares about the first few rounds and the economic decisions that they made that have led them up to this point, if they do end up losing out on this match. So far, though, they have a chance to try and take series. 9-3 was the scoreline. They haven't put up a single round on offense so far, but maybe this is the round or the straw that breaks the camel's back. And yes, no. Deathmaker gets taken out. That Sheriff comes through for Hellranger. Enough is enough, he says. Hellfighter still with the judge in his hands. Deathmaker, or rather SK Rossi, gets taken out by Right to Ace through the smoke, and Right to Ace is gonna find lightning fast as well. 4v3 situation now in favor of Velocity. They're gonna find even more. Hellranger gets taken out. The Hellfighter still alive for the time being. And sure, Kappa gets the trade, but he is done for, and there's no way on earth he can make anything happen. Well, 9-8 now. Global Esports, they get another bye, but still not a single round against Velocity's defense. The Iron defense, it's up and running.
I love it. I honestly love it. You wouldn't really expect this to come, because to go from 8-2 to this scoreline right now, Floki, I mean, we didn't really expect it, did we? I thought Global Esports was actually going to run away with this, but then as soon as I saw that 9-3 scoreline, is that faith, is the belief that you have in that scoreline, the cursed scoreline, that's going to get you go all the way. And now SK Rossi, moment of desperation to try and win out this round, while VLT are going to let Global Esports make their plays while they wait for them. Both the drones are going to tag up each other as we see the Sovas in battle towards B long. And we have SK Rossi with the knives. He could be spotting out Hellef any second now as soon as that Viper utility goes down, but Hellef is gonna go back to safety. Hellranger putting on pressure towards Hookah. Marzel's waiting for him. Throws down the grenade for safe measure. Doesn't want anybody to come in, but he's not going to anyway. SK Rossi still causing so much positional damage to you. Velocity has taken up the site. Amaterasu has been spotted out, but here comes the Hunter's Fury from right to Ace. He doesn't want to let the plan go down, and Skills is gonna dodge it though. 70 HP he's down to, and with one single kill, Global Esports have found what they needed. They've got the plan down, and now they're trying to get this round as well.
Well, Kappa with the Hunter's Fury is gonna find one. SK Rossi also gets Deathmaker, but Amaterasu is there for the quick trade. As they try and make this work, Amaterasu taps the spike, but that is not gonna be that easy when there's a rolling thunder just pushing you out of the site there. Mazel though, still tucked into the corner. They haven't spotted him out, and guess what he's found? Skills, Hellranger's ultimate. It bites his own teammate. Right to Ace is also gonna find him in return, and now Amaterasu trying to stick the defuse while Right to Ace watches over. They need to tap the spike. They don't have time. Right to Ace, he wins the crucial duel. But Lightning Fast, he's gonna be there to find the pick. He just needs to buy time. Has he done enough? I think he has. Right to Ace. No time remaining on the clock as Lightning Fast clutches the round out. Great stuff coming in from Global Esports. They put their first round on offense on board, but Velocity, they've got the money. They can rebuy into this round. No problem whatsoever. This is what they built up the advantage for. This is when they start falling back, taking a bit of a breather, and start reassessing what Global Esports are doing. But it might be a bit too late, because SK Rossi, that operator, is online universe, and I don't want to know where that gun's gonna go.
It's probably gonna go towards A showers, and we can see it right now on the map as well. And he's probably gonna be challenging DM. It's gonna be a battle of the Jets now, ladies and gentlemen. Operator versus operator, both of them dash away. And it's been a little bit of a cheeky matter between these two. SK Rossi does not have armor, so that could be a little bit of a potential damaging effect on his side if he faces off against a rifle. But if it's a one-shot weapon against another one-shot weapon, it's all about who's got the better aim. Right now, though, it's going to be no difference splitting between them, as Velocity are holding on to their ground. They haven't really let go of anything. They haven't rotated. They haven't done anything. And Hellef looks like he might be doing that as he's moving in towards B. We can see it coming in, and Global Esports are getting red over here. They are all fired their players towards B, and it's gonna be a B hit real soon over here, Floki.
Absolutely, but look at Marzel. He's got plans of his own. That suppress is gonna come through along with the fragment to slow this push down. That's a really good fragment. It's actually gonna tag up two players. Just force them off that B Gardens area. Marzel, it's on his work. Pressed him for quite a while. Still has two flashes to work with. Hellfighter through the Viper wall though. It gets Lightning Fast, and that's the Viper being taken out of the picture. Well, what more can Hellfighter do? They know that there is one player to birds hook up at Skills. He's gonna find one regardless. Hellfighter still holding on to the side, and Marzel is still alive, but not for long. Kappa takes him out, and SK Rossi, he's gonna watch the defender spawn area. Kappa, the recon dart, to try and slow them down. Right to Ace returns the favor, but Kappa's recon dart pulses, and he spots out Right to Ace. Deathmaker, oh, he gets tagged up by the operator, but there's not a lot that you can do over here if you're SK Rossi. As Right to Ace just came in from a weird angle and takes him out. 9th round for Velocity as they're clawing their way back into this game. They are not saying die just yet.
Absolutely not. A beautiful round coming in from them. Hellef, that first kill, I think, was the kind of a catalyst that forced Global Esports to push in, because it was down at 30 seconds, Floki. And Hellef's one kill to the Viper wall, you saw the immediate reaction was Hellranger would have called out to his team, okay, this is the time, we need to push in, we need to put pressure, or else we're going to eat a lot of pressure. And they went in, they got the kills, but it came in a little bit too late. And by the time that Hellef could, you know, go back to his position, he was taken out, but he's done his job good enough. And on the backs of it, Velocity put up round number 9. And now Global Esports are on an eco, and this should be level scores as far as I believe, Loki.
Absolutely. As long as Velocity don't just leave their keyboards and go AFK, there should be a round that they get on go. But Right to Ace, gonna get stunned up by that Fault Knight, but thankfully, he is behind the safety of the triple boxes, so he stays alive to see another day. Amaterasu, buying up a Judge, trying to just play his economy as well as he possibly can. Lightning Fast, gonna get flashed in, but doesn't see anyone. The Gravity Well also does not catch single person.
Taking that back.
Snakebite is just going to make sure that they have control over that area for a while, but right to Ace, he wants to know what's happening. That recon dart's going to spot out too. It spots out Hellranger and Lightning. It's fast. And Hellfighter, oh! He tried to go for it, but doesn't really end up connecting a single shot. Amaterasu finds SK Rossi towards bathroom. And Global Esports could just back out here. There's no one really cutting them off on the backstab. They don't necessarily know that, but
One enemy
gonna try to fight into the site regardless. Amaterasu at that distance with the judge. Well, that is a little bit ambitious. And while Hellranger does best him, the round still goes to Velocity.
Yeah, 10 to 10. We're back in it, ladies and gentlemen. It is nothing that we didn't expect. Even though we saw Velocity give up the first half in a little disappointing manner, they have made their way back into it and they've won our hearts yet again. 10 to 10, we come back into it and we've got a scoreline that is going to take us to probably an overtime, Floki. Could we see one coming, if at all?
We most certainly could. I mean, an overtime could be on the menu. It would be inappropriate to leave this game without a BO3 overtime. Come on, this is Global Esports versus Velocity we're talking about. Of course, there's going to be one. And Hellfighter, he's doing his bit. He's found SK Rossi. Deathmaker has found Hellranger. All of a sudden, Global Esports find themselves in an uncomfortable 3v5. Unless kills can pull off a miracle here, there's no way they're going to be able to get this round on board. Lightning fast, you can see. He's trying to sneak in. Find anyone a little bit off guard, but the discipline from Velocity is exemplary, but the speed from Lightning Fast is even better. That kill got him the Viper's Pit, and now an opportunity. It's right to Ace. Can do his best to prevent the plant from coming in, but he might just have to let this one go through. Smoke's gonna prevent them from just peeking their head out. Kills. Kind of let go of the plant. The suppress comes through. His presence has been detected, so no stars for him for a few seconds now. And Kappa just making sure that no one flanks them from the lamps area as Skills continues to hold on. A lot of pressure being applied over here towards Global Esports. Marcel flashes himself in and gets a kill. Kappa though gets taken out. Right to Ace also finds one with the Hunter's Fury, and it's Amaterasu who's forcing out Lightning Fast from that little cubby area. And looks like the side of Velocity will be able to take this round. Global Esports, they might just have to play for overtime over here, Universe.
Yeah, because look at their economy. And there it comes. It is a timeout coming in. It's going to be a tactical approach for Hellranger now. And Global Esports are right now down under the ground, half defeat. And I don't know how they're going to get themselves out of this, Floki, because this round looks like if they force into this, and if they lose this, which is pretty much a 75-25 chance of them losing it, is going to be putting themselves in their own grave, because match point for Velocity looks to be on the horizon, whereas Global Esports, if they eco, they are going to give up the chance of losing this round, and they're going to go further deep in to play for the overtime. So either way, they're completely messed up.
Yeah, they are really kind of boned here in this situation. I mean, they're down one round. They don't really have money to buy. And at this point, you probably ask yourself, was the buy that we did necessary? I mean, this is probably what they're going to look back to. Sure, the 9-3 scoreline does enable you to take some stupid risks, but sometimes those risks can really come back to haunt you. And
yeah,
this is one of those situations where, I mean, if they do end up losing out this series, I think that round is where everyone's going to be looking towards and pointing their fingers at as to what the problem was. But Global Esports, look at that. A wheel buy coming in, a Bulldog here, a Spectre there. And light shields for all the players with Phantoms and Vandals. They're going to try and make this one work. It might be scrappy, but this will have to do for now. Life isn't perfect, and neither are the buys, so gotta make do with what you have. Out to scout things out in Hookah. They don't see anything just yet, so Global Esports are still somewhat playing blind. They might spotted up Marcel on the tail end of that, but still, they can't really land into the site just yet. And SK Rossi, he is just scared for his life as he gets tagged up by the drone. Worried about the spam from 10,000 different angles. But Hellranger, the man, the myth, the legend, he's gotten a 4K before, and his team, they're relying on him to try and see this one through. He's going to save his flash and fault line for now and back off. They've caused enough damage to the earbuds already, and they're looking to sneak their way in towards A, where Lightning Fast has been holding just to make sure that there's no lurk coming in. playing the anti-lurk. The poison orb comes through. The fault line is going to be available as well, but I think the information was given over by Lightning Fast that that area has been opt off. Deathmaker gonna get stunned up.
30
No dash
seconds
for him,
left.
so he's gonna be forced to change positions, but he's still holding on. That flash comes through though, and that's gonna allow them to cross. Deathmaker hears a lot of footsteps, and Hellfighter can't do much about Hellranger. He bests him. Rolling Thunder available for Hellranger, but they all take the teleport and go back towards B. They weren't really expecting this. Kappa catches the Matarasu off guard. Global Esports win the plays when they most need it. The suppress comes through, but it doesn't matter. It's just a lonely Deathmaker with an operator going up against five big bad boys from Global Esports. SK Rossi rubbing salt into the wound as he takes out Deathmaker then picks up the operator. 11-11 velocity. They're going to be reeling from that loss. Thankfully, money is on their side, so can make that loss hurt just a little bit less. But still, they really need this round. In Global Esports, they somehow make that scrappy buy work.
Oh my god, I don't really know what to say about that round. A flawless round comes in from Global. They've just completely decimated the side of Velocity in that. What a last minute strat from Hellranger, and it worked out perfectly. This is a war, and in a war, it's all about keeping your men alive, whether it's in real life or in game. And when you've got your men alive, you know that you can win all of the battles in whatever you face. Deathmaker looking to take out that man advantage. He's got skills on the other end of that wall. Look at how close this is, Floki. It's just, oh, I think he spotted him. Did he? I don't think he did, but he gets spotted out instead. Goes away. Lightning Fast now comes out. And he's going to look to put in some damage. SK Rossi adding on to that. Deathmaker completely denied of any sort of influence. And Hellranger takes control of U-Haul as Marzel throws in his ultimate, and no more utility for a couple of seconds for Global Esports. But the plant is going to go down nonetheless, as we have Velocity on the retake.
Nice flash coming in from Marzel. He catches everyone off guard and skills. He's going to be good for one kill, but he knows that there is someone across that wall. But SK Rossi, he's all alone in the situation. He can't do all that much. Marzel, with that suppress, making that round work for the side of Velocity. That KO making the difference there. I think without that KO ultimate, the overdrive, there's no way on earth they get that round.
That was insane. Marzel, his flashes, his ultimate, everything just so very good. My god, this guy is one player that is going to cause a lot of damage to any and every team that he faces off against. It doesn't even matter that he's not fragging like he did in the previous map or the one before that, but influence is still a cause in his playstyle.
Well,
Now,
the one thing you can't say is that he's had every single impact frag, but look at that,
Yeah.
Deathmaker. He's found SK Rossi and Hellranger. He really needs to get this straight. 4v5. Not exactly impossible, but then the knife comes in from the KO, and that's going to prevent them from pushing in. Hellranger is actually going to take that time to get inside the teleporter here. Okay, the door was open and he let himself in, but he's going to go back out. Look at the rotations coming in. You have 3 people on the side. And I think you have Hellfighter ready as well to come in. But Kappa is gonna let go of the ultimate to try and clear out all these angles. Doesn't see anyone yet, and Deathmaker has found Hellranger too. Global Esports, the bells are tolling, it's ringing, skills, he's gonna go forward, he's gonna try to make an opening, he's gonna find 2, but BLT, he's gonna trade him out. Lightning Fast, the only battle life, cannot do it in Velocity. They make a big comeback in the upper bracket as they keep themselves alive here. Global Esports, they will have to struggle through the lower one. A big throw coming in from Global Esports. A 9-3 lead, whittled down slowly but surely. Rome wasn't built in a day. And Velocity are a testament to the fact as they slowly chipped away at the advantage. They managed to find themselves in the upper bracket. They continue their run here. They will have that safety net. Global Esports, well, it's time to kick into survival mode.
Yeah, most certainly. That last round was just amazing. What a way to end off things. Obviously, we had to end it all on the last round of the last map, 13-11. We played the 24th round, and that's exactly where we would have wanted all of this to end. Global Esports and Velocity, a tale of two brothers who've had rivalry since the ages of this Valorant game has come into play, and they've been at it against each other for time and time again. This time, it's gonna be Velocity to come out on top, and Global, like you said, Floki, have to kick in survival mode, because now that we're going in to the lower brackets with them, every single match that they play has to be a win-win. They cannot let it go, because there are teams in this tournament that Global have actually been beaten by. And mind you, I think you remember it was Valor who completely belittled them in that one match. And if I remember clearly, it was the map of Bind where they made the comeback happen. It was a second map, and it was just amazing. And they potentially could face Valor again if Valor come to the lower bracket. But that's all for speculation to see, because there is just so many things that Velocity did right in the last few rounds. In that entire second half, 9-3, back to 13-11. The curse hits home, and Velocity are going to be as much of it as a believer as Justin Bieber was.
You were doing so great up until that moment, you know us. But
Hey,
I forgive you. I forgive you. The Justin Bieber references aside, I think Velocity, after that match, they probably gonna be feeling super pumped. Global Esports, on the other hand, yeah, they know that they've screwed up big time. That was their game to lose, and they lost it. 9-3, going all the way to 13-11. That's not the way they imagined this map would end. Well, they're going to have to continue their run in the lower bracket. We're going to break down the game, but just after a short word from our sponsors, we're going to be coming to a short break. Until then, you're watching LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Gauntlet Season 2, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radeon. We'll be back in just a bit.
Hey, South Asia Valorant players, I'm Sean Garris.
It's Kusta.
And Michael from Genji Valorant here with some really exciting news.
We have teamed up with LG Ultragear and the Esports Club for Season 2 of the Gauntlet.
The winner of Tec Gauntlet Season 2 will receive an exclusive one-on-one mentoring session with our Valorant team to help identify areas of improvement in their game to prepare for a higher level of gameplay.
In addition to that, we're going to be reacting to some of the top plays throughout this competition. Guys, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so make sure you don't miss out on this. Good luck to everyone competing from everyone here at Genji Valorant.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the analyst desk. This two made a short run from the caster's desk over to here. And honestly, my mouth was not even on top of my face, and I had to relocate it back on because I was amazed of how Global Esports dropped the ball right at the very end, man. I was watching it. It was a 9-2. I went outside. I grabbed something to eat. I came back, and then I was like, wait, wasn't this just a 9-2? How is it a 9-9? And hey, all of these upsets happen here at the LG Ultragear TC Gauntlet Season 2, powered by WD Black and AMD Ryzen Radiant, for a reason. The TEC is where all the storylines are made, where all the storylines are crushed, and all of the hopes and dreams of a couple of people back at home just get destroyed as well. Because what happened here, man? Universal Vlogging, you gotta break things down. So let's head on down over to the map video screen to see exactly what went wrong from the very start all the way up till the very end. Velocity, they took map number 1, even something that we really expected. It was a map that they're very well known for. This is a playground of Deathmaker. He is an absolute dominant beast here. There's no one that can take him out. So it's expected. Velocity would be taking map number 1, but I want to break it down a little bit more. So let's head on down over to the series highlights. And Floki, I'm going to give you the microphone right at the very beginning here. What do you think went wrong for Global? Because it felt like they had the basic idea, but Velocity, they just played it way better.
I mean, as my favorite movie Death Race antagonist once put it, the same trick don't work twice, Playboy. That's Tyrese Gibson, by the way, in that movie, in case you're wondering. So this was just a Global Esports just trying to do the same thing over and over in different ways, shapes, and forms, right? So the first few rounds, all they really did was keep attacking mid. And sure, it worked, but Velocity caught wind of it eventually. And this right away, in the buy round, they were able to shut it down. There were lots of rounds where indecision also got the better of them, and I think really the attacking half is sort of what screwed them over. They just lost that momentum completely, and as good as their defense looked, it didn't do all that much. I mean, at the end of the day, Velocity, they were just able to breeze through, and there wasn't really all that much that Global Esports could have done. Amaterasu just read everyone like a book. Right, I mean, this guy, he knew that literally the only two sites that they were ever attacking was the B and the A one. There was literally no presence towards C for, I think, 4 or 5 rounds straight. I think Hellfighter just stood there and he's like, guys, no one's happening, you know, nothing, no one's coming here, kuch nahi ho raha hai. I'm probably going to leave. I'm going to be there for the rotations. The one time they do end up coming C, this happens, right? So, you know, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, guess C is out of the picture. And they go back to B and A again. And Amaterasu was like, yes, please, fall right into my trap. I'm a breach. I love retaking sites. I've got 2 flashes. I've got an aftershock. I've got a fault line. Please try and come in. Try and do something. I want to blow you all up. And yeah, at the end of the day, even though you got some really good eco rounds in where you did a lot of damage, it's really the rounds that you need at the end of the day. Not having the rounds basically means that you're going to be working at a disadvantage eventually when that side switch comes. And Velocity, yeah, they just steamrolled Global on this one. I feel like the Haven was very, very polished today.
Honestly, I completely agree with you there. It felt like Velocity, they just read the side of Global Esports like an open book. And just as you stated before, Amarasu's trap card was activated, just like Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! And in this situation, it felt like Global Esports, they just didn't know how to go up against Velocity. They were just a little bit too lackluster in a lot of their fights. Velocity, they were a lot more in control all across the map. They had a lot of map control to work with. And it felt like Global Esports, they were not playing for the trades on a lot of those different engagements. The trade potential was just not as strong. They were trying to push for 1v1 fights. Just some of the corners and the fights that they were taking, it was just not as strong as you would have expected, but Velocity made their fair share of mistakes here. They could have closed it out a lot more earlier, but they fell into the same trap as the side of Global Esports. But moving on down the line, they were able to come on back from that. Velocity switched up their strategies. They kicked it up a notch, and finally at the very end, they were able to take it all away. And now looking at the scoreboard here, Universe, do you have any more closing thoughts before we head on down over into the Icebox segments?
I think that Velocity, I said it earlier itself when we were looking at the scoreboard after we saw the map of Haven, that Deathmaker and Marzel are a combo that's just gonna absolutely destroy anybody that comes in their way. They're like a steamroller, and Global Esports sort of did not expect how Velocity would be playing on this map, right? And there were so many times where we saw Global Esports, they were taking those aggressive pushes, and Velocity are a team that allows the other team to do what they want, at least in the first initial stages, and that's the trademark of Velocity. They play out it completely to the end. They don't mind giving away map control. They don't mind letting the other team dominate them, because after a point when their utility is completely exposed, Velocity then hit back. Then they have their plays coming in, and that's when they strike back. And that's what happened in Haven. Global Esports put up 7 rounds respectively, but Velocity were just too good with the firepower of Deathmaker and the mind of Amaterasu playing around with it. And it was just crazy the way that they held on. Because when I saw the first map, I thought Velocity might just take this 2-0. But hey, I love to see a 3-match game between these two teams, and that's exactly what we saw today, and I wouldn't expect anything less.
Speaking of a 2-1 scoreline, we gotta head on down over to the highlights for the side of Icebox here, because Global Esports, they picked up the pace a lot on map number 2. Right off the get-go, they were showcasing exactly why this map could be one that is very dangerous for the side of Velocity. This was a map picked up by Velocity, by the way. You need to remember here, ladies and gentlemen. But at the same time, Global Esports, even though they notoriously had the much more worse win rates on this map in particular, just as Universe was highlighting before the match even started, it felt like Global Esports, they were in control a lot more. They did their homework against the side of Velocity. They knew for a fact that Velocity would be picking up this map, but at the very end, it felt like Velocity, they had the aim game on their side. Deathmaker was pulling off incredible clutches all over the place, but at the same time, Global, they just had a way more control all across a lot of the different sides of the map. Don't you think so here, Universe? Because it felt like Global, they knew what to expect. The side of Velocity, they were overly aggressive for no apparent reason. Global, they punished all of those aggressive peaks heavily every single time.
Yeah, it is true, because Global Esports, they kind of turned up the heat on Icebox. They took such an interesting approach, right? Because there were aggressive plays, there were even strategic plays, and there were moments where Global Esports, showed their worth as a team, and then there's moments like this, and then there's moments like this that completely throw you off guard, where SK Rossi's patience kind of blows into his own face. But hey, that's all for one moment of enjoyment, because the rest of the time was how serious these two teams were against each other. And you can see that because Velocity too were aggressive in this map. If you notice, rounds like these where Marzo, being the killjoy, he just went in ahead. So many times he pushed up towards A. He just went, and got some kills for his team. But on the back of it, Velocity were trying to, make something happen towards mid that Global Esports were always countering. There were rotations being cut off. There were always being a few avenues being opened up, especially that tube region where the wall wasn't actually used as much as Amaterasu would have wanted to, right? And it was exposed multiple times. SK Rossi, Skills, and Lightning Fast were exploring it so many times that it was causing a dent in the defense of Velocity that was getting cut through straight in the middle. And that kind of caused their demise. But whatever the thought process of Velocity was on Icebox, it just didn't work out because Global Esports were just more tightly knit as a unit, that they were playing more strategically. They were playing more, I want to say controlled aggression. I think that's the right term. Controlled aggression is what they were going for, and it worked out perfectly for them on Icebox.
Yeah, Global, they just had a lot more control all over the map, and you can see it on the CU side as well. Just looking at the minimap itself, Global, they had so much control all across the map in comparison to the side of Velocity that gave them a lot of the wins here. But at the same time, when Global tried to reenact too much control, they lost a little bit of firepower down towards the side itself. They worked on those kinks, they worked on those flaws, and then the next round they were able to adapt and come back even stronger. That's a primary thing you always need to do here, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about the adaptability, and in this situation for the map of Icebox, Global were able to adapt a lot more. Their strat book was a lot more in depth in comparison to the side of Velocity, and that's what happens when you study your opposition thoroughly. And if you have a player like SK Rossi on your side, dropping a 32 kill bomb with a 422 ACS here, Floki, this guy tore through the entirety of Velocity single hand.
He found 2 kills each round and then some. Look at that ACS, 422. That's damage done equivalent to 2 kills. And then on top of that, he's got nearly a 3rd kill too. That's insane. I mean, this man, I think he deserves a medal for the heroics he pulled off on Icebox. He really played his heart out today, but in the end, there's only so much one man can do. Just seemed that it wasn't enough, because even though they won on Icebox, the next map, Mind, is where they really, like you mentioned, dropped the ball. They slipped up big time and they fell flat on their face. Overconfidence, I mean, it can get to you sometimes, and you don't really notice it at first, but it is a slow and insidious killer, as said earlier. Some of you are going to get that reference in chat down there, but yeah, it stands, it makes my point. If you are overconfident, you don't really notice it right off the bat. You go for those sort of force buys that Global Esports did when they were up. And yeah, slowly by slowly, it's just one force buy followed by another force buy that ends up being your demise. What could have potentially been 3 buy rounds for them actually became 2 because of the way they played that, right? They had the initial pistol, then they force bought in the next round, and they force bought again, and then they had an actual buy round and an eco, then a buy round again, and then an eco, and by that time the score was equalized. So all that advantage, it was all for naught. And that sort of is the trap that Global Esports fell into. If they had not force bought for those extra few rounds, they would have been in a spot where they could have bought maybe another time and still kept that lead there. But hey, I mean, to each their own. They really weren't considering the mental effect of the fact that they have such a big lead, and in the end, they paid the price for it.
I want a little bit more of an emphasis on the KO though, because KO on the map of Bind is not something that you would expect to be on the cards for a lot of these teams. But the fact that Velocity picked up on it, do you think that the KO was one of the prime reasons why Global dropped the ball right at the very end? Or was it because of the mistakes that they were making that allowed Velocity to capitalize on them with the KO on their side? Because I'm a little bit confused here, and I'm a little bit on the edge of my seats, I would say, because initially I thought that, yeah, Global's going to win. There's no way that the side of Velocity are going to be able to take this because the KO is not able to get a lot of value. And I was talking about that, and then suddenly the tables were turned and the KO just got so much value. Just look at Marzel. He was getting killed almost every single round. He was able to do a lot. He was able to set up his team with a lot of the flashes to work with, but at the same time, Global, they had a double initiator, which is a lot more better. They have a breach on their side, but what was going wrong? Was it the gunfights? Was it the trades? I don't really understand this.
I mean, just to add to your point a little bit more, every single round that the side of Global Esports tried to force, that just gave them so much breathing room on the side of Velocity, right? You get to build up your economy. You really get to cement yourself for that comeback and plant your feet firmly on the ground. So even though Global Esports, they got these 2 rounds in the middle and they started to make Velocity scared for their lives, all those early saves that they did, all those great economical decisions that they made when they knew that Global Esports were probably going to force buy or not buy at all, and picking up a judge or something of that sort and just trying to roll with it, trying to make the most out of your money, get the most bang out of your buck. It's what culminated in this comeback. And at the end of the day, Velocity, they've shown us, the journey of 1,000 miles, it starts with a single step, and that step can sometimes just be to punish everything that your opponent is doing. Just play as efficiently as you can, and maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to make a comeback like they did.
They could have played this so much better as well. And as you were saying, it was a lot more of the fundamental flaws from the side of Global Esports that caused them to lose here. Because they got so many 4Ks, Rossi got an ace, Kappa got a 4K right off the get-go to start everything off on a solid note, but they just kept on falling short. They could have just done so much more to bring them the win here, but Global Esports, they dropped the ball, and in a way, it's a wake-up call for them that they need to start working on their discipline just a little bit more to get proper avenues in a lot of their different engagements. But I guess it's fine, though, wouldn't you say so here, Universe? Because looking at the scorecards, I would say that both of these teams are very evenly matched. And whenever you see the scorecards being this close, you know for a fact that it was not really a difference of aim between these two teams. It's much more about their discipline and having map control all across. And Bind is a map where map control really does not matter, but it feels like Velocity, they made it matter by making sure that Global Esports, they couldn't get comfortable in their positions.
Yeah, I think that map control is something on Bind is really important because, well, you've got, you could lose it out in a second because, for one, you've got those teleporters, right? Yeah, those
Mhm.
just literally make you switch up between one and another side in less than 2 to 3 seconds, and map control then just goes thrown out of the window unless you've got, players who haven't rotated at all. One of those rounds where I think in the very end, where Global Esports, they took the teleporter in the last 20 seconds, I believe, and they went and completely ambushed Amaterasu on that B side where he was standing all alone. And I think that was the 11th round that Global Esports put up. And yeah, Velocity, they gave away map control sometimes. They did not. You could see that nobody really went on a flank. Nobody really aggressed the situation apart from Deathmaker. And that was also only towards A short a little bit and a little bit towards Showers, sometimes B long. And he never really even went towards Hookah, right? And
Yep.
that shows the composure of Velocity, that they're okay with the other team coming to them, taking map control, letting them have the ground, and then stealing it back from them because their retakes are that good. Their way of holding down sites when there's, a set piece over there, that good. And the way that they hold down their ground because they know their utility helps them, they know they've got their teammates to help them, and they know that they individually have the aim to allow themselves to, surgically let their team find ways into man advantage positions. And Velocity have done that in pretty much across all three maps, lesser in Icebox per se. But I think on Bind, they had the biggest impact in terms of, getting more kills than Marzo. That guy is one, I think, is one of the most influential players just because his impact frags are, one of the best. He might have not been at the top of the scoreboard. He might have not even been in the top three for all that matters. But he still has the most impact frags. We've seen him. There were rounds where he just got a 2K out of nothing. And, that's when his team started to come back. They started to mount upon it. They got their steps. They got their footing. And, well, the comeback happened. And we have the 2-1 scoreline as we see it in front of our eyes.
That's for sure. When you consider both of these teams, they fought through the thickest of things to bring themselves here. And at the very end, Velocity, they had to sweat the hardest because imagine yourself being on that 9-3, being on that cursed score line, and then coming on back from that, man. I think that Velocity, they're going to be believing in that score line from now on up till the end of time because their backs were against the wall. They were getting dominated on throughout the entirety of the defensive side of Global. And then as soon as the attacking side came around, they just did a complete 180. They flipped the script and they took down Global piece by piece. It took them down a notch as well. But honestly, that's all that we have for you for today. This was a mind-blowing game that we had for match number 1. And honestly, match number 2 could just be another big one as well, because you got to remember something. The underdog story is still there. The underdog Val Classico is still needed to be presented to you here. Reckoning versus True Rippers. These are the two teams that have dominated throughout their own brackets. When you consider Group A, when you consider Group B, it is going to be incredible showing for match number 2 as well, which is going to be holding in exactly 20 minutes almost, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure to get your popcorn. Make sure to get yourself a can of Red Bull as well in the process because, scan the QR code down soon enough. You're going to be seeing it. Just go on back, finish it off. And hey, we're going to be setting everything up for game number 2, but don't really worry about it as we're setting things up there. Make sure to hit that like, hit that subscribe, and also hit that notification bell to go get notified as soon as we go live with this match. And as you're down there, make sure to check all the links down below. Check out WB Black, check out AMD Ryzen, get yourself a processor, get yourself an SSD, beef up your setup for your next big upgrade. But for now, we're going to be heading on off, setting everything up, and we'll be back with you real shortly with the LG Ultragear Tec Gauntlet Season 2, powered by WB Black and AMD Ryzen Radiant. We'll catch you in exactly 20 minutes.